session by the moderator, and then he will introduce each participant.
Okay, so anyway, and is there anybody who is on site or Kochi, or most of the people who the speakers in online? Okay, understand.
Online,
okay,
yeah, everybody's online.
Good, yeah.
But the questions from the audience again will be coming also. Okay, it's 2:00, so we have to get ready.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
See you later.
Okay, see you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi,
Welcome. Sorry.
Hello.
I was actually calling Maya to get. I was worried you will be online. Yuko, I will ask you to turn off the camera, please.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn off mine actually too, and we have also Jorge.
Bounce the microphone.
Yeah, George is here. Everybody's here. Very good.
Hi, Maya.
Hi, Liana.
George.
I'm online already.
You're online. Amazing.
Great.
Okay. George.
Okay. See you. Bye. Bye. You too.
Hello.
You. Bye. Hi, Jorge.
Hi, George. I think we don't really have time to, you want to make a quick test, screen sharing, George and Ilana?
To screen share? Yeah.
Yes, quickly, just to see if it works before we start.
The screen share, I don't have anything to share in terms of my screen. It's just going to be me, so.
Okay, George, you want to make a...
Same here, Evans.
Okay.
Same here. No,
okay,
just yeah.
Okay, George, maybe I ask you to turn off your camera now because we're going to start. And I'm going to turn off mine too.
And should I keep it on?
Yeah, you can keep it on. Who has an AI companion here? Go on stage. You can go on stage. And Mina, where is Mina? Who is doing the introduction of the day? Mina, you doing the intro of the day? The stream's starting now. Stream has started? The stream has started?
Yes, streaming has started.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the third day of the assembly. Thank you all for being there yesterday and the day before, and all the people who are joining us from around the world. Our website and the YouTube channel is looking much more active, which we are so grateful of for all of you coming and getting together for this assembly. So today's session is going to be moderated by Nora, who is going to tell us more about the session. Let me introduce you to Nora Houseworth, who is a land-based cultural practitioner, curator, and researcher working in the fields of agroecology and environmental education. She is the co-founder and coordinator of the Terra Cuno Institute Research and Mediation in Agroecology in the Brazilian Amazon region. Her work connects agroforestry systems with art and nature-based pedagogy. Through participatory projects with farmers and urban communities, she investigates ecological learning processes and social knowledge production in forest-based contexts. Her approach is shaped by agroecological principles, Freirean educational methodology, and indigenous knowledge systems. Thank you so much, Nora, for leading this and moderating this session. Over to Nora.
Thank you, Mena, and welcome everybody to this third day session. This session will be mainly online talks. It's about musicological thinking that invites us to look beneath the surface. As a metaphor, we look at the forest, where fungi forms vast underground networks that share nutrition, support life, and create resilience through connection. This way of thinking has become a powerful ecological and cultural metaphor for how care, knowledge, and survival circulate beyond dominant systems. Today, we explore musicolic thinking as a practice of radical care, one rooted in reciprocity, decentralization, and collective responsibility. It asks how we may rethink food system, education, and community through more than human alliance, and how shared attention and long-term entanglement can help us to imagine more just and sustainable futures. This talk actually was curated and put together by Maya. She's also arriving, but I'm representing her, but I'm very thankful to be part and to this introduction in the name of her. As a first speaker, we invited Ilona Fabianski. She's a curator, researcher, and theorist based in Bern, Switzerland. Since April 2024, she's the director of Kunsthalle Bern, where she's developing her forthcoming program and research on ecological thought in the intersection of environmental and social justice, thinking of it as a tool for re-examining the current connections on the Plantocene. Ilona?
Hi, my name is Iliana, Iliana Fokianaki. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm really happy and honored to be here. And thank you to Maya and everyone at Kochi Biennial to organize the Soil Assembly for another moment and to gather all of us from all over the place. It's 9:30 here, or 9:37 here in Switzerland. So forgive me if I'm a little bit slow. I'm now drinking my coffee and slowly waking up. I think it's a very interesting proposition and very interesting beginning of thinking of institutions as places where ecological thinking can develop. I wanted to first address the idea of radical into the day and to contest it a little bit, maybe just to start with that and for us to think about it, because really I don't think there's anything radical about ecology, or there's anything radical about care. A lot of people talk about the radicality of care and how care can be radical. I think, of course, it can be, but then we're talking about places and positionings that exceed whatever the norms, I'm putting it in quotation marks because of what is normal. What I mean to say is that radical care, of course, can be revolutionary forms of care, but anything else I don't think that is radical. I think it's simply logical, and I think it's simply wanting to think of ways to think of our future. in a time where we're at the moment where basically defuturing is the biggest probability rather than having a future. So just to give you a small introduction to who I am and what I do and why I'm here speaking about care, I'm interested in this concept of mycelial thinking, and mainly as a metaphor of how ideas and systems and relationships can work. And of course, the idea of it being underground and unseen, so therefore a little bit opaque, is also something that is very interesting to me, speaking also by thinking through Edouard Glissant and his idea of opacity, which is something that many people in the art world, we are very preoccupied with. Art institutions are institutions like any other institution. They basically formulate and emulate power, and I think it's not an accident that today, together with everything else, they're facing overlapping crises, be it ecological, social, economic, or ethical crisis. And their traditional model of instituting of a museum or a contemporary art institution like the Kunsthalle that I'm running, or State of Concept that I was running before in Athens, is based on speed, on extraction, on spectacle, on growth, on competitiveness. It's quite a neoliberal model of an enterprise, let's say. What primarily ecological thinking proposes is something that is quite different and really is based on interdependence, slowness, regeneration, and care. So in 2020, I founded a research platform that was named the Bureau of Care. It was an online platform based from Athens, from State of Concept, the institution that I was running there, that was investigating the ethics and politics of care within cultural production and beyond, I would say, as part of the work we were doing in Athens at the Institution of State of Concept. And this platform really critically examined how care has been shaped and often undermined by neoliberal systems, but especially was inspired by the COVID-19 pandemic. And it really foregrounded how care can shift from the individual, market-driven responsibility idea that the contemporary world has, especially the Western world, to a collective interdependent practice that is rooted in feminist, queer, and Black perspectives, as well as indigenous and activist knowledge. And the reason is because the premise of thinking of care that is based on Western, let's say, philosophy, is a care that is thinking itself through the individual. And all these other perspectives are rejecting this individualist idea of care for an idea that is based on collective endeavors, on collectivity as also a form of understanding the self. So we really looked into how institutions at that time, very specifically art institutions, were using care and were having a lot of meetings and symposia online because, of course, of COVID, everybody was limited in their movements. And at the same time, they were firing non-contracted workers or were lowering salaries. And there was a very careless behavior when it came to the humans of the institutions, whilst propagating for care because of the care workers, specifically the healthcare workers or other workers that were out there fighting the virus. And for me, that was an excellent example of the hypocrisy of neoliberalism, but also how that hypocrisy affects the art world. Therefore, we started looking at the Bureau of Care introspectively, like what are the wrongs in instituting, what is wrong in institutional practices. And we looked to learn and to listen to specifically groups that had nothing to do with the art world, but that were occasionally brought in the institution, brought in the museum. And that had to do with social activists, with the civic society that was kind of paraded into the institution, institutions trying to be interdisciplinary, but these presences of these, activities and these groups were not actually influencing the way that we think institutions. So what we tried to learn by listening to groups that were non-governmental groups, many times activist groups, many times volunteer groups that were doing different types of care work, and interested at those that work there rather than those that benefit from the care, was to learn how we could think of ways of running institutions, the infrastructural parts of institutions that were more careful. And the Bureau really envisioned actionable alternatives to, let's say, the careless institutional model, combining gatherings, publications, and an exhibition that actually never happened because State of Concept closed. And the reason that I have consistently emphasized in the politics of care in my work is because I really believe that care, and I'm not sure I want to use the term radical care, as I said before, I think it's the simple basis of acting as a human, to think through equity and justice. So I really don't think that there's anything radical about it. So I'm looking at the politics and the ethics of care, then their ethical dimensions specifically, but I'm also very interested in how care has been feminized and sidelined as something not serious or epistemic enough by patriarchy and Western, the Western, let's say, way of thinking. But care, as I have come to encounter it, really proposes alternative forms of collective agency that are these extremely dire times that we're at, they're offering a window of a possibility to imagine a future in the futureless world that we are, as I said. So how can we think of ecological thinking in institutions, right? And especially this idea of the mycelial thinking that is underground, that is unseen, was very interesting for me when I arrived at Kunsthalle Bern in Switzerland, arriving from Athens, that was a peripheral place with really no infrastructures, no support for the art workers, to a place where, there's affluence, there are systems, there are grant systems, there are healthcare systems for artists and workers and cultural workers. It was a very big difference. But I realized that there are many similarities in the way that many times we think of institutions and institutions act, because there is a model, let's say a primordial model of the art institution, of the museum, that wherever you are in the world, you try to somehow copy it. And that model, I think that this primordial original model is very problematic. So looking at this mycelial idea of the background, the underground, the unseen, I thought that I'm going to start my tenure in an institution that has been running for 110 years, mainly being run by white men, that there are a lot of gaps and problematics in its legacy, but a lot of course, wonderful and special moments in terms of contemporary art. And instead of just starting with exhibitions and a program, to really look at the backstage of the institution and whether this institution is a place that is about systems, is about relationships, is about mutual dependency from the underground systems that support it to the part that we see, which is, let's say, the mushroom. We started this process of fermenting Kunsthalle, as I called it, which had to do with looking and changing and uprooting and regenerating everything at the backstage of the institution, from artist contracts to workers, employees contracts, to very specifically the way that we expend energy, our waste, our collaborations. And a very important part, because for me the ethics of care is very important as well, was to look at creating a code of conduct that we have been working on for a year now and will be published by the end of February, will be made public collectively, all together, all the employees and the board as well of the institution, of ethical and, let's say, conscious practicing as an institution, which includes from the way that we interact with artists, with vendors, with our waste, with our audiences, with everything. And our aim, let's say, is this extractive model of the institution that is focused on growth, speed, competition, productivity, objects, to basically slowly turn, because it's not a one-day process, into a regenerative, slower, supportive, interdependent, as I said as well, sustainable place. And to ask questions like, who is nourished by institutions? Who is exhausted by institutions? What forms of labor, memory, community do we sustain? And for us, this is where really care becomes central. And care for me is really a political and institutional question. It's not a moral one in that sense. So the ethical part is more politically and institutionally conscious one, rather than just what is good and what we should be doing. So we're really looking at, with my colleagues at Kunsthalle Bern, to build through institutional work and to really work on questions that have to do with who performs the care in cultural systems, who benefits, who is invisible, and while looking at critiques on care, of course, and its ethics and politics, and wanting to look at this critique again within the microsystems of the art world, where care, of course, is privatized, where emotional and reproductive labor is feminized and rationalized. I mean, I was a little bit late in coming in because of my 3-year-old, for instance, and these are things that the art world doesn't necessarily think about. It's not very, let's say, it's hostile to parents. Institutions that rely on passion rather than fair structures, etc. And for us, care is really a collective and infrastructural responsibility, and not a personal virtue of wanting to think of one. So in more practical terms, as I said, we changed a lot of things that have to do with infrastructures, and we're also thinking of our exhibition models, trying to contest these ideas of blockbuster shows, of, what is a long-term installation? Should we be investing in longer-term exhibitions, reactivations, repeated acts, longer commitments to artists that is not, just for 2 months for an exhibition, etc., and thinking through linear, cyclical systems rather than linear systems. And of course, again, thinking through this mycelial idea of the underground, to really understand that many times it's directors of institutions that are the more visible persons of an institution, but most certainly their work cannot be thought of as an individual process. And Kunsthalle Bern has this specific characteristic of being identified with its directors, and there are 1 or 2 directors, specifically Harald Zeman, of course, that is identified with this institution, although he left the institution in 1969. And we want to also break with that. We don't think of that as a way forward. We think of that against this mycelial way of thinking, because, of course, there is a big support system underneath the mushroom, and without that, the mushroom really doesn't exist. So we're looking at this fermentation also because fermenting for us presupposes rather a breakage of molecules and a reassembly of things and of something new. So through this ecological way of thinking, of approaching it, it kind of reshapes time, it redistributes power, it values processes over products, etc., etc. So for us, we really don't want to think of how can institutions grow. We think that these questions now should be changed on rather a direction that asks how institutions can care, can regenerate, can remain alive, also looking as well at how institutions and the cultural sphere has now been depleted and shortened because of far-right policies all over Europe and the US, of course. So I'm really hoping that through this process we really see how care can become a method of instituting, of curating, whilst being also a political stance as well. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ileana. So we're going to have our next contribution. It will be an intervention by Yuko Hasegawa. She's a curator and art critic. She's a visiting professor at the Graduate School of Management, Kyoto University, and a professor emerita at Tokyo University of the Arts. She also serves as program director of the Art and Design Division of the International House of Japan, visiting professor at the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, and artistic director of the Inumian Art House project. And she has also received numerous honors. Yuko?
Yes.
Yes.
シトさん、私の、あれを出してください。バイオグラフィーを。はい、OK. So, hello, and this is Yuko Hasegawa, and thank you very much for the invitation. Also, Maya, I'm so pleased to meet you again on this occasion. And I work with you and also make a very interesting kind of new recipe of kind of, and using seaweed in Japan. So this is how can I'm working as a curator, also educator in Japan, because now I just joining from Singapore. I just going to open the architecture exhibition, Kengokuma exhibition tomorrow. So anyway, and today's I'd like to share how the Forest Art Festival Okayama in Japan can be understood as a practical experiment in mycelial thinking and radical care. And in the autumn 2024, the festival took place in northern Okayama Prefecture at remote and region shaped by forest, water system, agriculture, and long history of the exchange. And I worked with a founding artistic director because the place is it's a really model of the mycelial kind of thinking because it dispersed 5 cities and each kind of located completely different places. It's really kind of scattered. In that way, each kind of place in distance like 2 hours by car. So in this case, each was a completely different characteristic, also nature, ecology. So those kind of 5 cities working together. So those kind of places never have any kind of artistic kind of presentation, also exhibition before. And this is very experimental things, and which are talking about care, and today's topic is radical care. But the care is, likely how human life to be interdependence, also, relationship, and also, mutual responsibility. I think I'm talking about kind of mutual relationships between community, or not only that, and how artists and also kind of reasonable people like philosophers and also anthropologists, scientists working together, also through the curator. So in that case, I just want to show something experimental model how the care can be realized, be possible through this project. Because when you look at this kind of map, information, because all this very small city and one city and 100,000 people, the smallest one 5,000. It's a various different kind of diversity this place has. So this is areas and still hold very slow time, ecological depth, and living curatorial cultural memory. The term forest refers not only kind of nature, but living infrastructure, because of food, energy, water, knowledge, and culture and social relationships. And our central question was simple. What is truly necessary capital for the future? I'm talking about the capital. Capital is a quite important consideration about the term because I just often use social common capital. This means, and through the exhibition, also art project, and to try to be realized to social common capital, working with all the environment of the people. It's also in the process of mutual care. So, and we approach the festival as a theoretical practical experiment in creating social common capital. Rather than rely on the state's market-driven system, we worked with an artist, architect, scientist, or anthropologist under the trust of the local communities to co-create and shared and open resources. at first, many residents were cautious. And because the reason is geographically very remote, and also collaboration with external specialists, very familiar for them. Also, they feel a bit risky. But through the time and shared practice, and hosting artists and helping with an installation, sharing meals and walking the land together, and the people begin to look again at what they already had, their forest, their food system, skills, ritual, and everyday environment. They were seeing that landscape had changed, nor because the land itself was transformed, but because previously invisible resources and care and connection before visible. So this is the big change happened. So after the care. So in that case, the several institutions, also the kind of the housing and museum, schools, and food system, the forest energy no longer seen as the separate sectors. They were understood and interconnected commons, circulating cares, knowledge, labors, and survival through the informal and often unseen networking. With just 2 months, and the festival welcomed over 500,000 visitors, 500,000 visitors, while the multiple civic actions and learning program and community-led events emerged simultaneously without a central command. So with the perspective, myself and thinking, the festival functioned as a network of the radical care, collective and decentralized and generosity and more than human. As an art director, we see not fixed model, but as a gesture, a way of the emerging social, ecological, and cultural infrastructures beyond neoliberal frameworks through the shared responsibility, reciprocity, and long-term entanglement. I will show some of the pictures what the example is, what happened. You see the kind of, position the city, also connection each other. So with a transportation network. Just could you show me the next one? 次お願いします. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, so this is next one, please. Because I think I told you, forests are living infrastructure. Our key question, what capital is truly necessary? Festival and experiment, creating social common capital beyond the state and market system. Collaborate approaches under the trust of the local communities. Shifting local perception, invisible resources, care, connection revealed through the shared practice. Interconnected commons, museums, schools, and food systems, the forest energy, and understood the link to social infrastructure, that is. So please, next one. Okay, first, just knowledge and nourishment. This is a project on liquid Turbanesia. And she just put an installation. It's an old housing made in the period. That was very beautiful Japanese garden. He worked with a local craftsman. She make a dye and make a fabric. She just pick up the silhouette of the old trees in the garden. She just make a drawings, and according to the drawings, she make a curtain like a so-called noren. It's like this beautiful hanging. Because people invited people to just serving lunch boxes. Show it up. Could you show me next one? Okay, this one he made a research and to just found it a lot of the local ingredients because beef and also vegetables, so certain things that he worked with a local chef to create in this bento box. And people, we just serving this very reasonable price, and people just eat here to enjoy talk, and opening day he make a ceremony. And he just opened up all the kind of, and shoji screen, then put new glasses and open this garden to be seen and from the lunch places. And this is really kind of big transformation. Also, people just find the local ingredients in a very transformable way. The second point, please. Next one. community-led engagement. Please. Okay. Video document Nagi Town. Because I'm going to show you one of the artists and make videos. Because Japan is suffering depopulation. Because number of the new baby born is very low. すいません、ビデオを始めてください。Number of the videos so this is one of the city, the town, the Nagi, population only 5,000. But one of the average new baby born, one family in Japan is average one baby from one couple. But this town is 3 and a baby from one couple. So it's an amazing number of the statistics this has. So in this way, this town focus on many kind of people because this is why. Because this artist focus interviews people living here. Lots of the people some originally live here. Also, some of the people come from outside. Because secret revealed us. Because this community very open to the people. They take care of the other kind of children. This is autonomy that the people has. Also, people, but a good listener. People listening to listen to the outside and people to just arrive in this city. And they are very much started with good communication, with open the mind. Because also this autonomy is communication, take care of each other, the children, that grows the number of the new baby born. This is a very simple miracle. That this video is very beautifully described about that and revealed the secret. Next, please. 次お願いします。Also, this city has a small, beautiful museum designed by Isozaki, and that was 1992, and that's almost the first museum in such a small city like a contemporary museum Isozaki designed. But this is a small library, and one of the most beautiful library, and there has a small workshop rooms beside of that. Because I just invited Sandra Chinto, Brazilian artist, and she just working with local children. Local children just provided the painting drawings what the future of this Nagi town is in 100 years later. So those future vision going to be very beautiful tiles and also covering the wall. This is a kind of project. This is going to be permanent installation. The next, please. This artist Giacomo Giaganetti, and he just make just find this place, and this place is the center of the city, but not used for a long time. But then he just negotiate the city government, make a new infrastructure because it's open spaces, but used to be playground people. This is new and developed by artists. So in that way, he just put table tennis and. So that is many people just invited to started and make table tennis. It's a very interesting ping pong and tables and going to be a central kind of part of the communication. This he made a new infrastructure, not only put an object, and he just make those kind of communal place in the center of the city. So next one, please. Return to the ritual. This is an artist, also an actor, and this is very important artist, Mirai Moriyama, and he just discovers a very traditional kind of and performance and kabuki, and local kabuki still remains up because this village and towns and very kind of traditional, but not many people just keeping their tradition to make a performance together. To those kind of traditional kabuki theater, but he activated in a very contemporary way those kind of traditional kabuki to create a new kind of new play, and he just working with local people together. This is quite amazing because also he make a very simple dance. He transformed the traditional dance and to very contemporary way. He just uploaded a website and also YouTube. But it's a Sambutaro dance. Sambutaro is a legendary person's name, but it's quite important. He just created a new dance according to a local legend and personality, and everybody knows about Sambutaro. It's a giant and a legend. So in that case, it's the opening days, and everybody just dance because everybody knows about YouTube and how it does it. So this is a quite amazing collaboration. Also, and people knows about what they have, what is very important, and the resources, cultural resources which they have. And with that, those kind of people collaboration with that him, and this kind of project never realized. This is very beautiful way to how new ritual could be reborn. The second one, please. The infrastructure space, reimagining. The next one, please. This is a kind of old kind of station and also the storage train because this is almost 1970s. Now it's mostly abandoned station, but some part is using a local train museum. But because Kim Suja put all this all the kind of windows and put beautiful kind of films. And that film is invited very beautiful colors and that rainbow colors. And everybody is shining to an old kind of train, not already used anymore, to just revive as a beautiful object. Also something kind of very important legacy as information. So people start talking about what the time was in 1970s. Also what's the history of the train again. So this is also a reminder of the how you go back to the history. The second one, please. 次お願いします。Yeah, this is a kind of cave because that was cave owners using very colorful and lighting, but also people just go inside. It's like enjoying a 40 minutes and kind of a tour, but in a very ordinary way, which is a very ordinary tourist. Andy Saras found this kind of cave very interesting. He just put an 18 station, sound station, and people just wearing this bag, sack, and put it into the speaker inside. People have only torch, only agreed and touristic light is turned off. People just explore the inside, this cave by themselves. This is a quite amazing experience people has because this cave can be discovered as a new kind of system too. They can meet their own and they by themselves. This is a very much kind of enlightenment, and a process. So this is something kind of quite amazing, and he just create a new infrastructure. People meet themselves. This is a kind of result. But the second, please. 次お願いします。So this is Michael Ling, and he just put a very beautiful kind of mural paint and collecting local kind of pattern design, and it just remind people and what we have those kind of beautiful design patterns, and this is always he just says, and he just try to bring away and local knowledge. Also, people just discover about what they have. Next, please. Also, these are very nice chairs and by wood because this place is a lot of the, the production a lot of the forest and the trees. But some of the trees never used, but they said abandoned because she just Kazuo Sejima architect. She just pick up those kind of abandoned tree road to create those kind of chairs. Chairs looks like animals, looks like still walking because this is permanent installation. She just give all the design, right to the city, and the city just reproduce in many different ways. So this is also another way to legacy. はい、お願いします。次。All these things are, a long-term installation, and next art festival just starting next year, and the autumn, because in 3 years, because many people just excited to waiting for next one. The people just already started and make a lot of event, workshop, also gathering for preparing. This is quite anticipation time. It's very valuable for them to also create the new kind of communication, new interdependence. Through the art, this festival, people just start to think about their own land, also their own kind of knowledge, also their own neighbors. So this is very kind of mutual and mutual dependence and care starting. Next, please. Hi. Okay, so this is I just close my presentation, and thank you very much for listening. I just want you to come to the next edition, and this is my report and a case study, but those are real actions include real kind of, a lot of the things to relate to this topic. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Yuka.
Thank you.
I would like to invite our next speaker, Spela Patrichor. Spela is a Slovenian hybrid media artist with a background in natural science. Her artistic research and practice combines biomedia and performatively to enact strange relations between bodies that questions the underpinnings of our biotechnological societies. Recently, she has been busy with looking closely at automation and care in agriculture and medicine. Patrick has received several awards. Welcome, Spela.
Thank you so much. Just a second. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing event. Thank you, Maya, and really amazing job. So what I'd like to start with is to explain that what I actually bring to the table is kind of antithetical to the name of this gathering, since I will be talking about spaces where fruits and vegetables are grown on soil-less substrates. So these are essentially sterile rock wool or cocoa core substrates where the water and nutrients is very carefully administered, very optimized, and these vegetables live in controlled and closed environments. So these expansive monocultural spaces are also antithetical to the experience of abundance and resilience through diversity that many of you have spoken about, and which I also deeply appreciate and I support as well. And they're also not spaces which you would normally associate with care, even though entire lives unfold under their plastic roofs, and even though they are places of survival under difficult circumstances, for example, for migrant workers. So why am I looking at industrial greenhouses, which have historically, and I would argue to this day in many respects still are, a colonial plantation technology? So first off, I'm originally from Ljubljana, in Slovenia, but I have for the past 10 years lived in Amsterdam. Regardless of where I've been, when I'm in the mood for vegetables, I go to the nearest supermarket and buy these plastic wrapped tomatoes. So if I'm to think about which ecosystem I personally belong to, it's the one where I am nourished by exactly these fruits without blemishes. And by extension, I'm also nourished and maintained by the industrial infrastructures that produce them. But also I find myself in a country that has the highest population density in Europe, while at the same time being the largest exporter of vegetables along with Spain and China. And you can imagine that this feat is achieved only if every spot of land has been commodified, and also very efficiently at that. So secondly, Dutch horticultural spaces are the embodiment of a particular operational regime. Optimization is data-driven, algorithms are deployed wherever possible, and smartness is the selling point to big investors. So within their microcosm, they perform not only as test beds of eco-modernist agriculture, but also as a vision of automation and AI-centered progress. So when I look at greenhouses, I see the ideological substrate of smart cities. And when I look at the tomato plants, which ironically the growers refer to as athletes, I see future human patients who have been kept alive using AI-assisted healthcare. So for me, algorithmic culture that is at work in these places has implications for the contemporary management of bodies at large. Or maybe this is the contemporary care for bodies. This distinction between production and care gets really blurry. And there's a lot of literature already on these themes. I posted here some books. In case you're interested, you can delve into these different aspects of the themes. And of course, there's also other reasons to look at Dutch agriculture. I have others, but my colleagues that also live here would also happily probably list a few of theirs. So in the Netherlands, there's artist collectives, research programs, and cultural institutions that have been slowly unpacking this phenomenon for quite some time. Again, here I post some links. Please check them out. They're really amazing. So, despite how important these spaces are, they're also very difficult to enter because, after all, they are private enclosures, despite being the means of the production of our bodies. But after a lot of effort and aided by several cultural institutions, in February 2025, myself and five other artists, one is a philosopher, a choreographer, a performer, a visual artist and filmmaker, we carried out a 5-day residency inside one of these tomato greenhouses. It's called Tomato World, and in fact, it is not a production facility as much as it is a showroom for the latest horticultural technology. So we were consumers that entered the greenhouse, and we entered it as consumers 3 times over. As the ones that consume, that is, eat the tomato, as the ones who are going to the store, spending our money and purchasing the tomato as a commodity in the supermarket, but also as consumers in this metaphorical sense that we buy into this type of system. We are shaped by it and we participate in keeping this pattern going. So we were there to, over the course of the 5 days, explore and practice our intimacy. And not only with the tomato plants, but with the greenhouse infrastructures, with the workers that are both human and other than human. There's bumblebees, there's tomatoes, there's all sorts of pathogens. And also to exercise intimacy with the machines of loving grace that diligently watch over the indoor spaces while sensing, calculating, and optimizing. And we were exercising our responses to the operational regime and positioning our lived corporeality to contaminate the greenhouse as we are contaminated by it. And one of the colleagues, Agnieszka Wołoczko, who's also a philosopher, had this response. She's originally from Poland, and actually her family members have worked in these spaces, have also gotten sick by these spaces. And she tapped into this sort of family history and came up with an adapted lyric to a traditional Polish song sung in white voice, which is a very evocative a cappella type of singing. And we all joined in her singing, some better than others, with this song. And later, much like the other exercises that we did, this became an artwork. I call it the exercise radio contamination. The intention is to permeate the soundscape of the horticultural sublime with migrant plight. So the idea was, or we recorded the song, had it mastered, and then played it on the radio. Another thing that you need to understand, which is very hard to know about if you are not physically present in these spaces, they're uncanny in that you enter, they're vast, there's a lot of plants, hardly any people, but everywhere there is sound from the local radio station. So these are pop songs that are playing on a loop and sometimes, get very, very intense. So we performed a contamination of these spaces, and can you please share the video?
You're back online, Spela.
Okay, thank you very much. So there are also other artworks that are emerging from this experience. I am kind of gathering them together under this title, Eating Back. And I will be premiering this work in September of 2026. And yes, hopefully also online so that you can see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Spela. We're going to invite our next speaker, Jorge Mena Barreto, Brazilian artist. He's an artist and educator whose site-specific collaborative practice connect art, ecology, pedagogy, and environmental justice. He's an associate professor in the environmental and art, social and practice at UC Santa Cruz. Welcome, Jorge.
Thank you so much, Nora. Thank you, Maya and Erwin, for the invitation. And I've learned so much already from Yuko, Iliana, and Spela. It's a pleasure to share the table with you. Excuse me. It's 6:30 a.m. in Brazil, so please forgive me if I am still a bit sleepy. I've had my coffee like Eliana, and I'm still waking up. The title of my talk today is Mycelio Pedagogies, Art Care, and Ecological Learning. And I'd like to start with an anecdote of something that I have noticed happening in my teaching career at UCSC, where I presently live, is Santa Cruz, the University of California of Santa Cruz. And students' feedback from my teaching often mention a lack of structure in my teaching. And because of the recurrence of that kind of feedback, I started to consider and investigate what the reasons for that kind of criticism would be. And having taught for decades and having thought deeply about education and pedagogy, I understand that more than a lack of structure, it is perhaps a lack of visibility of the structure that is offered. And that lack of visibility or legibility might be related to a different perspective that is brought into the classroom. Perhaps a perspective that comes from the Global South based on Roberto Freire's approach to pedagogy. And that might relate to today's conversations in which I have come to understand the use of radical care as connected to the etymology of the word radical, which means root. So this underground structure that remains invisible to the eye, but is perceivable through other senses and or another form of vision. So that perhaps just adds another layer to the idea to the perspective that Iliana brought to the table in terms of what radicality can be. I will read some excerpts from what I have prepared for today. So, excuse me. In a forest, most of life happens underground, beneath our feet. Fungal networks connect roots, distribute nutrients, transmit signals of danger, and enable cooperation between different species. These networks are largely invisible, yet without them, forests would not exist. Mycelio thinking invites us to shift our attention away from what is most visible, most monumental, or most productive, and toward the quiet infrastructures that sustain life. Today I want to reflect on pedagogy as mycelio practice of care, distributed, relational, slow, and deeply entangled with ecological systems. I speak from my position as an artist and educator working at the intersection of art, ecology, and social practice, and from long-term projects developed across Brazil, South America, North America, and Europe. And it's really important that I situate myself as someone who's coming from the global South. From roots to relations, pedagogy beyond transmission. Conventional education is often organized vertically. Knowledge flows from the top down, from institution to teacher, from teacher to student, from expert to audience. Mycelio pedagogy proposes a different geometry. Rather than vertical transmission, it operates through horizontal exchange. Rather than accumulation, it privileges circulation. And rather than mastery, it values attentiveness and care. In fungal networks, no single node controls the system. Intelligence is distributed and agency emerges from relation. When applied to pedagogy, this means understanding learning not as the delivery of content, but as the cultivation of conditions. And I will repeat that. The cultivation of conditions. Conditions for listening, conditions for reciprocity, and conditions for response. Education becomes less about producing subjects for the economy and more about sustaining relations in a damaged world. This shift is particularly urgent in the context of climate crisis, where the dominant systems that shaped our institutions, extractivism, colonialism, and growth-oriented capitalism, are precisely what have brought us to ecological collapse. Teacher as fungi. While translating The Mushroom at the End of the World by Anat Singh into Portuguese, my co-translator and I proposed an image that has stayed with me ever since. The translator as fungi. We wrote that translating is not about preserving meaning intact, but about displacement. Words release spores. They travel, they encounter other syntaxes, other bodies, other histories. Meaning mutates. Translation, in this sense, is a metabolic process. The translator digests the text and makes its nutrients available elsewhere. Just like the mycorrhiza mushroom has an extroverted digestive system that allows for other species to benefit from what is digesting. So we imagined that the translator would also have that, different from a reader, or from let's say a reader that reads for their own purposes. A translator is digesting a text, but making his the product of his digestion or their digestion available for the collective. Over time, I began to understand teaching in a very similar way. The teacher, like fungi, does not produce knowledge from nothing. Rather, they operate through decomposition, transformation, and redistribution. Fungi work underground. They do not seek visibility. They do not command growth, and they create the conditions for growth. In forests, mycelial networks redistribute nutrients from areas of abundance to areas of scarcity. They support weakened organisms. They enable regeneration after disturbance. If we think pedagogically, educational settings can also function in a similar way. Knowledge does not have to flow vertically from expert to student, but circulates horizontally. Learning becomes thus a shared metabolism. Teaching becomes the cultivation of circulation. And in this sense, education is not transmission, it is transubstantiation. Transubstantiation. It is not about delivering content, but about transforming matter, words, experiences, affects, so that they can nourish other forms of life. This understanding also carries a political dimension. Just as monoculture agriculture destroys biodiversity, monocultural knowledge systems impoverish imagination. And mycelial pedagogy resists this flattening. And then to close it up, radical care as infrastructure. The language of care is often associated with emotion or morality. Mycelial thinking allows us to understand care instead as infrastructure. Care is not an attitude, it is a system. It is built through maintenance rather than innovation, repair rather than expansion, and continuity rather than disruption. These forms of labor are historically feminized, racialized, and undervalued. Yet, they are precisely what sustain life. In ecological terms, mycelium performs care by redistributing access, supporting weakened organisms, and enabling regeneration after disturbance. Translated into social and pedagogical contexts, radical care asks, how does knowledge circulate? Who is nourished and who is depleted? Which forms of labor remain invisible? And which lives are considered expendable? Mycelial pedagogy does not aim to replace institutions, but to compost them, to transform rigid structures into fertile ground for other ways of learning to emerge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. We're going to have a Q&A session now, so we ask you all to stay together.
Hi, Nora's asked me to come up on the stage, so that there's two of us on the stage at least, and everybody else will be online. So I'm just here to help moderate.
Test, yes. So, thank you very much, Neil, also for joining and helping with the questions. You want to start with...
Oh,
is it open?
hello. Hi. I just want to thank everybody, Ileana, Yuko, Spira, and Jorge. Thank you very much. Fascinating presentations. And for those who don't know, my name is Neil White, and I'm part of CREAM and part of the Soil Assembly Group. And I run an initiative called Ecological Futurisms, which also happens to be the name of the next panel. But and it's actually that maybe a link to the next panel. I wanted to start with by asking a question, because Ileana kind of problematized this idea of the future, and then we see this highly problematic future in the work that Spella was showing us. And yet Yuko's obviously working through these kind of quite complex systems to develop this mycelial thinking, as you all see, well, particularly in the institutional context, that you're trying to work these out. And as Jorge was pointing out, this kind of part of the challenge is how do you bring this together in order to create a kind of radical knowledge infrastructure. So I wanted to kind of first ask you about the future, and maybe start with Ileana, that maybe you could just expand on that challenge of futurity or futurisms. And you mentioned various kinds, but I think care within those would be really interesting. Oh, hold on, we're just waiting for sound. You're on mute.
Sorry, no, I was on mute. Yeah, thank you so much. And it's a big and heavy question. I'm not sure that I can answer it, but I mean, it really being inspired also by what Naomi Klein now is calling end-time fascisms, or T.J. Demos has spoken about the defuturing of our worlds. I really think that the only way forward is looking and thinking through care as a political proposition of how to live life. And of course that has to be, part of institutional thinking in terms of the cultural workers sphere and environment and ecology, together with everything else. But it is very challenging because on one hand, this defuturing somehow seems far away for all of us, and I think that's also the problem, that people generally don't understand the urgency of what's coming. And on the other hand, that on a working perspective, on our microcosm perspective, it seems imminent in the sense that we currently have governments and policies throughout the world, but I would say mainly in the West now, that are cancelling out cultural workers, that are cancelling out institutions, that are cutting budgets. A lot of spaces, smaller spaces, or more precarious spaces that are speaking about these questions need to cut down or are shut down because they don't have the means to sustain themselves. So there are two different kind of gears in terms of how one looks at the future. One in the overall, landscape of life on this planet, on the planetary scale, and the other one is more on the cultural sphere in our micro world, which is also a very extractive but also a very protected world because it's a privileged world. So these are questions I don't have an answer clearly, but I think that looking through care, having care as a pair of glasses through which you look at the world, is the only way forward. And the answers, as also Jorge mentioned, the answers lie in the past. The answers lie in ancestral and indigenous knowledges of how to deal with the world as guardians and temporary participants of an ecosystem, not as owners or as masters of the system, which is very much what neoliberalism has been doing, or let's say from the birth of capitalism onwards. I would say it all starts with colonialism, but that's for a different panel. So I think the only way is looking at already pre-existing knowledges and forms of living, and to kind of, go back to that and reject, as I also mentioned in my contribution before, to reject this idea of care as something that is rooted through the individual, which is very much the basis of Western philosophy from Hegel onwards, and really think through ourselves as part, understand ourselves as part of a collective and not through our own individuality. And I think that applies also to institutions. If you think of the institution as a person, as something that is a living organism, then that living organism needs to understand that it's part of a larger conglomeration of things, people, individuals, institutions.
Thank you, that's great. I'm just going to follow up one more question and open it out, but maybe UK, then Jorge, then Spella may come in, but particularly Yuko, I mean, the Forest Festival's kind of groundbreaking, and I use that word advisedly because it seems to me, in terms of mycelial thinking, breaking ground is something that mycelial thinking does. It's an emergent ecosystem. And again, with Jorge, this idea that perhaps that's what we're seeing, not only through artists working, but now how institutions are addressing transformation, that we're thinking through what might be an emergent ecosystem in art as well as in ecology and social practice. So if you could maybe expand on that, UK, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, because thank you very much, and a very provocative question. Because recently I talked to the young artist, and he created his own AI. So that means, he said BI. BI is biointelligence. That means he just collecting and put together those kind of plants intelligence together, create a BI. So this is also BI is not kind of one kind of brain and intelligence. It's also the kind of showing the system to a very mycelial kind of model is, because also as far as the very relevantly, I'm just talking about applies and a lot of the ideas and Bruno Latour's actor network theory, because that theory is including everything kind of matters as an actant, not only human beings. That means if you're talking about water flood, water talking with an insurance company, water talking with fishes, also water talking about the land, also water talking about the victims. So that's also a lot of different ways of thinking. So in this way, this idea is very radical kind of way of thinking to be future, and we have to have the amazing kind of imagination, also research and sensors about what are others, what our environment, what our system to bring a new perspective. So that's why it's a collaboration with other kind of researcher, also expertise, and also scientists, also all those kind of information, and kind of the designer engineering. It's very important. Again, and we have to go back to and bring back those kind of knowledge sharing with ordinary people. So I think we really have to create a new system. So the future is inside how process of the creating a new system. Future is not a goal. The future is always constantly creating system in the progress. So this is my understanding future, because I cannot show any picture. This is our future, and a very concrete methodology we reach those kind of future this way, not that. Because this is also attitude, also the way to, and we suggest to the other people to take a hand to working together. So this is something which I can say to you, because this is my understanding at this moment.
Thank you. That's great. Maybe Jorge.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, I think in these kinds of debate, when we use the pronoun we or our future, I think it's important to break it down. Whose futures are we talking about?
Yeah.
And just to share an anecdote, indigenous leader Ailton Krenak, Brazilian, was asked during the pandemic if he was worried about his tribe surviving the pandemic. And his answer was, we're not worried. Our world ended 500 years ago with colonization. We are worried about you, the white folks. Are you going to survive? We have managed to survive. Their future was stolen 500 years ago. So when we say we, who's this we? Ailton Krenak also beautifully said, the future is ancestral, just to echo what Eliana brought up. So yeah, just sharing a few images. I'm curious to hear from Spella also.
Yeah, thanks. So I will offer some maybe insight, maybe it's trivial from within the greenhouses. Of course, from the outside, you see them as this unified endeavor where, of course, they have a very strong sense of futurity. That is their main selling point. It is also how this money gets circulated back into the sector. It's very much within this paradigm that increasingly using technology, staying with these principles, you will become more sustainable. That's basically this eco-modernist agriculture. And if these are your criteria, right, if you say use less water, don't use pesticides, be able to produce an extreme amount of tomatoes better than with less ecological impact than in if they are growing outside, right? According to these performance indicators, they tick all the boxes, right? But energy is like a little questionable, but then if you go for geothermal, this is the mindset. And that is also somehow solved. And then, of course, you understand, you critique this projection, this abduction of the future. But then, in the process of actually entering these spaces, talking to the workers, to the people, to the growers, even the positions, the people in positions of so-called power, you see that this is still very much a human endeavor. So there is no, as much as there is no we or no us, there's also not a singular them. And it's kind of interesting that also a lot of what appears or is projected to be this flawless, optimized system is a lot of patchwork, a lot of making do with the situations that are presented. A lot of technology that is kind of just, we invested so much into this and we have to make it work. It's really, we have to change the whole workflow around this machine that does its own thing, but we will do it because there's no way back. We have already committed ourselves to going down this path. And I think this is also interesting as a point of understanding, really, the system which we are trying to deconstruct or change. And that it is less hegemonic as it appears from the outside. Yeah, maybe that.
Thank you. There's really comprehensive answers. And I know our audience will be keen, I hope, to ask some questions. So I'm going to open it up to the floor. Mina.
Thank you so much for all the fascinating, the thought-provoking presentations by all of you. I was actually thinking, and when I was hearing Ileana or Spela or Yuko, that this idea of the infrastructure that Ileana started talking about, the whole infrastructure critique that has always been there, which was like something that was going up. But right now we are talking about the invisible infrastructure, which is below us. And that invisibility is already there in the technology and the AI. I mean, like the data that we've been using to everything is invisible. And now we're talking about the invisible structures which we've been ignoring so far. I mean, in a sense, we were ignoring. And that's when we're thinking about the title, the radical care came in. Now, are we talking about the care or are we talking about the agency? What is the difference? That is what I want to know. If we are becoming like, even in terms of the artists who you are working with, like Yuko, when you are talking about that care that comes through bringing communities together, or when you say how do you say, George, I would say, Jorge. Yeah, I mean, when you're talking from the institutional point of view, from universities or from colleges, I am quite interested in this idea of infrastructural critique that is coming out, where the invisible has been tapping into. And when we're talking about care, are we talking about care from the top, or are we talking about impact? Are we talking about agency? Are we talking, and coming to Spela, sorry, I'm taking everybody's points here. When you're talking about the houses, the greenhouses, there are artists who are responding to it by bringing in what's happening from outside. So I'm quite interested. It's a long topic. It's a fantastic topic to think about for a whole day. But thank you so much for bringing all these thoughts in my head. But if you can respond, thank you. Otherwise, we will continue the conversation. Yeah, I was asking about agency and care, if somebody wants to answer to the problem.
To be honest, I'm not sure I understand the question. So if you can reformulate it, that would be great.
No, so I was asking, when you're talking about the invisible infrastructural, and you were talking about the care that comes from your institution, like you're talking about, is it an agency that the institution is taking on, like an agent to, or is it just the spiel that comes out that we are carrying this or carrying that?
Thanks for the question. I will ask very quickly, and I will answer very quickly, and then hopefully colleagues have more to contribute on. From my perspective, this was the problem that I saw in 2020, these very big institutions talking about care, giving the spiel, as you said, and not really delivering. So talking about something, but acting completely differently. So my whole approach in starting to discuss the politics and ethics of care was exactly that, the hypocrisy of the art world. Now, having run an institution that was a radical institution in the periphery of the art world with completely zero infrastructures in the global south, I would say that care also is something that you can afford. And I mean literally financially afford. Because if you can't afford to pay your employees properly, if you can't afford holidays, if you can't afford, there are things that are related basically to capital. So that's one thing that kind of came from the first years of the Bureau of Care and looking into care. Now, if you are in a position where I am now in Kunsthalle, where the financial possibilities are better and the platform is different, then I think you have an obligation, therefore, to activate this agency of the institution to deliver and to basically, to say it very plainly, put its money where its mouth is. So that's what we're trying to do. Also, just to say that institutions are a conglomeration of people. They're not like abstract forms of power, you know, where it's like just a pair of bricks where you can't see what's behind it. And that means that different people have different opinions about things, different people have different paces about things. So it's a process. And that's why I personally think that this idea of like intertwined roots and webs of the mycelial are interesting, because they also create slower processes. And slower processes, one can say, if you think of it from the outside, oh, that's great, you know, let's slow down, degrowth, etc. But it also means that things take slower to change becomes slower, and that can be hindering as well when it comes to institutional processes. So just these random thoughts from me. I don't know if I'm answering the question.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. I mean, we could have this conversation going, because it just not stays with the organization or the institution. Then it comes to contemporary art and artistic practice, exactly what you're saying. It is not superficial. And the engagement with some of these topics that we took with soil assembly this is what we are looking at. The slow processes of change and slow, the research that's going into it, artistic practices, because we're talking of the contemporary times, artists pick up things, you know, from superficially and say, we are these artists, and we hear a lot of that. So I just wanted to kind of deconstruct it a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, just adding my 2 cents. I mean, the question of visibility, or what is visible or not, is just such a historical obsession for artists and for art, and I think we're dealing with it also at the level of the climate crisis, in terms of how denialism depends on the invisibility of what we're living through, and also the question of similar to what I asked before, invisible to whom, right? Who's it made visible to, and who's granted with invisibility? Invisibility is not a condition, but it's actually something that is that was made invisible, right? I wonder, just thinking a bit about the role of artists in that process of creating visibility as part of a critical process, that perhaps is also about our role in this debate to create images that are complex enough to live up to the complexity of what we're seeing. Perhaps we don't have that repertoire to see, and it's about also to, you know, like relearning to see, and requiring a different kind of vision, and perhaps even to provoke us a vision without image. What would that look like? Because it's definitely not a retinal process, right? In terms of it's not a kind of image that is formed in our retinas. But yeah, perhaps we're also being required to see differently. And yeah, just a few thoughts.
Thanks. We have a question in the room. I'm just going to swap back. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sorry if I say something about invisible things. Excuse me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Very simple thoughts. Because I have been teaching a young student in Venice, you know, last 4 months as a guest professor. So I think, I just say to them that before the artist, somebody to make something invisible thing to be visible. But now everything to visible, and artist's role to visible things to be invisible. That means obscurity, ambiguity. Artists can put into that to just reading and multi-interpretation. But again, those kind of infrastructure, invisible infrastructure, something beyond. So we are thinking about big infosphere. Also, our very kind of like an obstacle and an obscure, future. So it's in a way, it's everything really interrelated, a completely different way. We really have to think about what the agency, what the invisibility, what the role of the artist, what the role of the curator. Everybody reconsider about, it's a new kind of, those kind of relation and interrelation, those kind of system. So that's why it's been talking about symbiosis. Symbiosis, the word is like an interdependence. They're talking about symbiosis and vision, and we really have to kind of different way of thinking about what interdependence, what kind of visibility, invisibility. This is my little thought. But I'm still thinking about that. But yes, I just want to share with this kind of question with everybody here.
Thank you.
Yeah, just off of the topic of care and mycelium networks. I mean, just working for organizations in the arts and culture, it's very clear sometimes that there is a whole network of support that goes unacknowledged, unseen, right? We show films around the country, and there's a whole host of volunteers that make that happen, for example. You are talking about artists and curators, but there are electricians, woodworkers, cameramen, security guards. There's all kinds of networks that all of this is built on. That is almost always unacknowledged, right? So if you walk out, just today we had to have lunch, and the last 3 days of this local lunch place was closed, and so we had to have this overpriced touristy lunch today. So all of this plays a role, I feel, in setting something like this up. And we constantly focus on the sprouting of the mushroom out of the mycelium network, or in this the top part of it, but the network that's underground is unseen and unacknowledged almost always. And I think it's very interesting to sort of step back and what is the solution? We say ancestral, but I think that's a little abstract. What is ancestral anymore? I don't know. Where is ancestral? I don't see it. Is the solution decentralized? Is it about, like the mycelium network, is it about having sprouts of fungi popping out from different places, connected through an underground network? I don't know. So these are some things to reflect on, maybe, to bring a kind of holistic, money where the mouth is sort of thing. So yeah.
Would anyone like to respond?
Apart from agreeing.
I think
yeah,
it's
just.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry. No, just yeah. Thank you for that question and comment. I think we've also learned to because we live in a society that is so eye-centric, right, or ocular-centric, that what is not visible is not recognized, or it is, or even doesn't exist. And I think with mushrooms, we can also, or with the mycelium network, provoke ourselves also to think about different kinds of perception that are not even human or human-centered. So, yeah, that would be my comment to your comment in question. Also, how to to go beyond visibility and vision as forms of recognition, and not only make use of all of our other senses, but also beyond human forms of perception.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. Multisensory perception is a big part of my own research, and I think that's a really imperative question for ecological thinking, but I also recognize the unrecognized in the kind of systems of labor and care that have been talked about, and I think which we try to develop through the soil assembly clumsily, but we're making an effort, and having this dialogue really helps. So thank you to all the speakers. I've been told that it's time to move on. There's a break before we come back together for the next panel called Ecological Futurisms. But thank you to everybody for participating. We super appreciate you getting up early and beaming in from afar around the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you very
everyone.
much. Bye bye. Hopefully see you soon. Bye.
Hello. Thank you. And I welcome you all to the last session of our 3-day presentations. And it will be moderated by Rustam Vania, a dear colleague from Srishti, where I used to work before. And we spent almost 20 years working together, more than. And Rustam Vania is the academic dean at Srishti Manipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology in Bangalore. He is the creative communication designer, 3 decades he's been working in it, and he has a special interest in creating popular media, print and digital, on science, environment, and politics of development. He was instrumental in creating a program which was called Confluence at one time to bring in students who had special interests. It could be interest in environment or science or communities. So he's been with the students, and yesterday I heard from one of the students that they made a data entry to see how many times they have said Rustam in their 4 years. Sometime it went pages and pages. I welcome Rustam here. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm very happy to be back in the third round of the Soil Assembly. This session today evening is quite critical to what the principles and philosophies of the Soil Assembly is, which is how do we create a new future. And the session is going to focus on a very important aspect of climate change, all of you are familiar with, but the 4 presentations, 5 speakers, are all going to be looking at it from this aspect of climate change, particularly aspects of intergenerational justice, because I think that's something that often we tend not to adequately appreciate when it comes to issues of climate change. We are familiar with the past of a colonial or an extractive capitalist system that has brought us to this moment. But the speakers are going to talk from aspects of their own particular points of view as artists, as activists, as legal professions, as curators, as eco-philosophers. So they are going to bring in all these aspects of art, culture, politics, and the legal into looking at climate change, and then later on we can open the floor to some questions on what sort of a world are we looking at in the near and distant future. So the first speaker is Radha D'Souza. Radha is a UK-based academic, artist, activist, writer, and a barrister, known for her critical work on law, development, and climate justice. She's also a colleague she's a professor of law and development and conflict studies at the University of Westminster in London, and is a colleague of Neil White, who was there with us earlier, and they have worked together. She brings in this legal and activist perspective to contemporary art and political discourse. She's from India, but she's worked a lot with trade unions, democratic right movements, appeared in public interest litigation cases, and with anti-globalization and peace movements in Asia-Pacific. Together with Dutch artist Jonas Staal, she is a co-founder of the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, which is based on her book, which is titled What's Wrong with Rights? Social Movements, Law, and Liberal Imaginations in 2018. Her most recent book is Decolonizing Knowledge, Looking Back, Moving Forward, just last year, co-edited with Sunera Thabani. So we are happy to have Radha here, who bridges this, she's sort of a bridge between academia, activism, contemporary art, using performance and legal critique to challenge global inequalities, particularly concerning climate change and colonial history. So welcome, Radha.
Thank you, Rustam, for that generous introduction. And thank you very much to the organizers, Meera, Maya, and of course my dear colleague Ewan and my dear colleague Neil. Neil and I worked together on putting the East India Company to trial in London. And since then, he has managed to somehow lure me into their ecological futures program. And therefore, I am here. Thank you for including me in this conversation. Now, I don't want to speak about any particular project or subject. I want to, on the contrary, just reflect on certain issues which I feel have taken on an urgency and an importance. The question that I'm asking myself is there any connection at all between soil and self-determination? I was thinking of this title that I submitted and then started thinking, what is the connection? Is there anything to the two words beyond the alliterative effects of the words? But words carry emotive meanings to many of us. Both words are very emotive. If you come from a third world country, the word self-determination is a very strong emotive word, and so is soil. And I want to use the word soil here in a broad sense to include land, earth, and everything below and above it. And the two are inseparable concepts. Conceptually and in reality, soil and self-determination cannot be separated. How is that? Because self-determination is a very political, historical concept, and soil is embedded in cultures, very deeply embedded in cultures, I would say. For example, as a child, I was always told I was made from Kaveri clay. Now, was I? I don't know. But later when I went abroad, went to live in England and New Zealand, elders in my family, my grandfather would say, oh, you can go to England, New Zealand, go any land, but the Kaveri's aroma of Kaveri clay will always follow you. So these are like everyday culture. This is not high culture. And in everyday culture, soil is always with us. The aroma of Kaveri clay, and I wondered whether it does travel with me, because when I went to New Zealand, I ended up working with Maori on land marches, and I was thinking maybe there is something to do with connection between the river Wanganui and Kaveri. So things like that. And then, of course, there are memories. As children, we used to dangle our feet in the water and let the fish clean our feet, which is probably sounds disgusting to many people today. On the third day of Pongal, we have a picnic on the riverbank, and where we put out the new rice and food cooked from the new rice for all other creatures, and it's always was very exciting to go back and look at that banana leaf where food was laid out and see how many insects, how many birds, how many creatures have participated in that new harvest. So my point is that talking about environment, ecology, soil, forest is one thing, but Kaveri is something else. And Kaveri cannot be reduced to environment, ecology, or soil in the abstract as an object of contemplation and intellectual engagement. These are two different things. The love of environment, the love of your river, the love for your land is something different from a reflection, an intellectual reflection, or even artistic reflection on that entity or the region. And I am reminded here of something, what makes this love possible. And I want to suggest that it is the extent to which we are associated with land, our labor and our work and our involvement with it that produces that love. I mean, it's like we love our children, but we go through so many emotions when we raise them. Anger, we are frustrated, we are anxious, we are indulgent. And all these together becomes something that we call love for our children. It's the same thing with land. Farmers do the same thing. They are frustrated, they are anxious, they are dependent, they are angry sometimes, but they will put their lives on the line to defend the land. And so that is what love does. It activates, it gives agency, it propels people to do things. I'm reminded of a very beautiful, this dialogue has stayed with me, from Kalidasa's Abhignana Shakuntala. Kalidasa is considered a father of Indian theatre, and he wrote his plays somewhere, some say 3rd and 4th century CE, some say 1st century BCE. We don't know exactly when, but in India dates are never easy to get to, so we can leave that. But the story is very much there. And we all read it in comic books, in schools, and many people in India still name their daughters Shakuntala, the heroine of the play. Now, it's a love story about Shakuntala, who was a foundling, and she was raised by a renunciate called Kanav Rishi in his ashram. And people asked Kanav Rishi, you are a renunciate. What do you understand about raising a child? Why did you bring this foundling into the ashram? And Kalidasa says, through the character of Kanav Rishi, and this is a dialogue which after so many years has still stayed with me. And Kanav Rishi gives the analogy of a gardener. And he says, the gardener loves the garden because he labors over it. He takes a seed and he nurtures it, and the seed bears fruit. He protects the seed from the elements and feeds it, and raises it, and therefore he loves it. And so Kanav Rishi's point is, love comes when we labor over something. Love of ideas is one thing, love for the soil is something else. And when we look back at the freedom struggles everywhere in the first half of the 20th century, and you look at any freedom struggle, Africa, Asia, and the front faces of these struggles may have been men in suits, Kenyatta, Nehru, Chow En-lai, whatever. But the backbone of all freedom struggles was the peasantry. They fought for freedom and they fought for self-determination. Why? Because they loved their land. In 1948, when the State of Israel was established by forcibly evicting Palestinians from their ancestral land, Israeli leaders said, the first generation of Palestinians will resist, the second generation will forget, and the third generation won't remember. But we are seeing 100 years later that first, second, third, and now fourth generation of Palestinians are still clinging on to their lands, and they are still fighting, and they haven't forgotten, and they still remember. And that is what I mean by love for the land. Take indigenous people, take anywhere in the world, 500 years of being beaten again and again and again, and they still stand up and they still fight. And they're doing it now in Canada, they're doing it now in India, they're doing it now in New Zealand. And take, anywhere. And what happens when people are separated from land? When they are separated either directly by direct coercion or indirect coercion, the bond is broken. The bond between land and people is broken. And lately we are seeing so many so-called color revolutions around us that go under many labels. Gen Z revolts, anti-corruption movements, so-called pro-democracy movements, and much else. But one thing common to these movements is they are all delinked from the struggles for land, even in their own countries. And they do not speak to land movements. The Adivasis and farmers in India, the Land Alliance in Kenya, the movements for return for land in South Africa, for example. And as we speak, in Greenland, which is front page news these days, the Inuit have been fighting to liberate their land from European colonialism for decades and decades. Their children continue to be taken forcibly by the Danish state to be so-called educated and civilized. Their blue lakes are turning brown, their glaciers are melting, and the Inuit say, we want our land back. Nobody paid much attention to Greenland, even though the struggles were always there. Nobody paid attention, not even those who speak for rivers and speak for lakes and so on. Why? Now that Denmark and United States have a spat over someone else's land, Greenland has become headline news. Everyone is talking about it. Or take another headline news item currently. Iran. There is a serious drought in the country. The soil is dying, and so are the people. The Iranian diaspora, who have no connection to the land, are willing to work with the CIA, with the MI6, with Israel, with anyone to bring regime change and to bring the Shah back. They don't speak about the drought. And they don't speak about lifting sanctions against people who live there so that the people can look after their land. So somehow the land and people do not form part of the same ideas about democracy, freedom. And freedom is freedom from a regime, not freedom for land. And this is the shift that has come, I would say, from, let's say, the anti-colonial struggles and the movements that we are seeing now. But I want to say that self-determination is intimately and inextricably tied to the struggle for land and soil. Equally, the land and its soil cannot flourish if people have no self-determination, because people will ultimately be the carers of the land. The relationship between land and people is a very primordial one. It is a condition for our existence. Land and people strengthen and support one another. They nurture one another. But we have become habituated in speaking about nature, environment, land, ecology, minus the people. This habit comes with modern education, with a disconnection from land and its people. It comes with what we call modern lifestyles. We are attached to the soil intellectually, but we have very little association with it. And so that attachment becomes a loveless attachment that feeds into politics, that feeds into regime change and not self-determination. And that is the difference. It reinforces colonial modernity. European modernity, which is now colonial modernity, is founded on the forcible separation of land and people. This foundation of modern society is created by forcibly removing people from land so that people become what we call the labor force, and land becomes a saleable property. This separation of land from people makes both of them commodities, people and land. Over the past few decades, we have seen an extraordinary rise in environmental and ecological consciousness with movements like Extinction Rebellion, campaigns against mining, deforestation, and much else. But we are not seeing a perceptible corresponding rise in the capacities of people to determine their own destinies. that is, to defend their self-determination and their soil. What is the basis for self-determination? And here we look for the basis for self-determination in the UN Charter, in international law, in constitutions. We look for self-determination in places where we never find it. We wish to protect and conserve the soil and the land. If that is the case, shouldn't we be speaking to the farmers' movements, with numerous land coalitions, with land alliances, with the people who actually live and work with the soil on a daily basis? I would say, as cultural workers, it becomes our duty and our responsibility to re-establish the bond, between land and people that European and colonial modernity has severed and detached people away, often violently, and it is also dismissed from culture. When land becomes a saleable property and people become labor force to be sold in labor markets around the world, how can we conserve the soil? Who will do it and who will defend the land? Some of you from India or Mexico, if you are someone my age, you will remember films like Do Bigha Zameen, Balraj Sahni's very emotive tearjerker, or Viva Zapata with a dashing Marlon Brando, all 1950s films. They were also cultural productions, but they were cultural productions about the bond between land and its people. It was a critique of modernity and the defense of self-determination. For all the ecological awareness and talks of soil and conservation, are we going to have another film like Do Bigha Zameen? And when we, especially as around us, we see across South Asia, hundreds of thousands of farmers committing suicide with the same pesticide that kills the land they use to kill themselves. Why? Why is this not become a major represented in culture? Might it be because soil and self-determination have both become abstract ideals detached from people and its history? So I will just leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radha. That segues well with the next speaker who we have, and she is present with us in the room, which is Daniela Zambrano. And may I request Daniela to come up. She is a Peruvian Quechua researcher and interdisciplinary artist with experience in decolonial art projects and research on Andean culture in Peru, migrant groups, cultural management, mediation, intercultural pedagogy, and participatory art. She works with communities and environmental and cultural activists. Drawing from her roots as a Peruvian researcher and Quechua artist, she brings together personal and collective traditions and rituals as a medium to navigate through difficult to answer questions, often manifesting as workshops, mediations, and events that must be felt and experienced collectively. So in a sense, she seeks to integrate art as a tool for healing, working to find avenues for political and spiritual demands to emerge in artistic production. Daniela.
Thank you so much for this presentation and the invitation. For me, it's a very big honor here. My presence with you. So it's really, really an honor. Also, when the people ask me, or I come from Indian, and I say, I come from the older Indian. The older Indian that where we have so many histories, similar fire and similar heart, I think. And I beginning with a video. Yeah, the title for my presentation is Pachamanca in the Chakra, resistance of the Andean economic system in the face of the post-colonial and neo-colonial policies. Starting with the video. Thank you.
Les cuento que hace unos 8.000 años los tiahuanacus en la región del altiplano, lo que hoy es el sur del Perú y parte de Bolivia, empezaron con la domesticación de un tubérculo noble, la papa, que al principio hace unos 2.000 años antes de su domesticación sí era venenoso y se limitaba a unas pocas especies pequeñitas. Estos logros genéticos se dieron gracias a la adquisición de un conocimiento comunitario y en relación estrecha con la Madre Tierra, a la que nosotros llamamos Pachamama. Estoy segura que ya escucharon de ella. Nuestra abuelita, la que tanto extrañan, aún realiza ceremonias como el jarawi junto a la comunidad y durante las labores agrícolas en la chacra de Chillico. En el jarawi se canta a la tierra para que ella reciba con gusto las semillas que ella ha de dar vida. Es un acto de celebración y agradecimiento, un pacto de reciprocidad entre los hombres y la tierra. La forma de producción de las papas y otros alimentos fue siempre de forma familiar y local. La manera de obtener otros productos fue mediante el trueque, es decir, intercambiando semillas, frutos u otros alimentos entre distintos pueblos. Como en muchas otras culturas y visibilizaciones, hubo tiempos de mucha tensión social. La gente andaba disputándose quién era el más fuerte y poderoso del Tahuantinsuyo. Nunca se imaginaron que llegaría un gran cambio en el mundo. Lo que en nuestras culturas andinas es Pachacutic. Un Pachacuti que traía consigo la codicia, la perversión de valores y el desorden del mundo. Este Pachacuti se llamó época colonial. Para entender un poco sobre este gran cambio, es preciso señalar que hasta la llegada de los extranjeros venidos de Europa, existía un orden de vida de más de 8.000 años de cultura y civilización. Un orden entre los dioses, la tierra, el aire, el agua, la montaña, el sol, la luna y sus hijos. Con la llegada de los conquistadores a Abya Yala, este vínculo se rompió. Si antes la papa era un regalo de la Madre Tierra, lo que ahora importa era solo el oro y el poder. Se dice, por ejemplo, que un día el Inca le preguntó a Pizarro ¿qué era lo que ellos comían? Y él le contestó, esto comemos, señalando un plato de oro. Esto comemos, señalando un plato de oro. Un plato de oro. Oro.
Pachamanca. Pachamanca, the pot of the cosmos, could be an interpretation or approximation of what Pachamanca means in Quechua word. Pacha, time and space, and manca, container, pot, hot vessel, is a celebration and collective ritual that dates back to the Lithic period, more than 10,000 years ago. The oldest evidence of Pachamanca is the practice by the women and men of Lauricocha in the central Andes of Peru, present-day Huánuco. One of the most important aspects of this way of cooking is that it's done underground with the hot stone that cooked together with a series of native ingredients from the Andes and the Amazon. From my artist and life practice, is very important for me to regenerate the connection with the Ayllu community, Hanan, Kai, and Ukupacha, the cosmic space, and practice and inherited from my family and from my ancestors. Chakra. We have also Sai. The Pan-Andean civilization trace their origins to the Caral civilization, which emerged around 5,000 years ago and considered one of the oldest in the world. Caral was characterized a peaceful way of life based on exchange, barter, deep knowledge of the environment, and collective well-being, related to warfare. In the harsh geographical context, security food was the central, so agriculture, fishing, science, and the arts were organized around what is now known as good living, buen vivir. Next. The presentation. Okay, I continue. A key feature of these societies was communal labor through the Ayllu, a family-based system of cooperation that supported agricultural work in the chacras and projects of the common good Minca. This practice entailed the development of sophisticated agricultural techniques, irrigation system, and the domestication of diverse crops, resulting in the remake agricultural biodiversity. This tradition influenced the Tahuantinsuyo, which inherited a collective agrarian economic foundation. Thinkers such as José Carlos Mariátegui later described this model a form of agrarian socialism. To organize communal labor, agricultural calendar, and a base food storage and redistribution system, and in societies greatly reducing hunger and large-scale famines, guide to the principle that no one should die of hunger. What was broken? The fall of the Tahuantinsuyo is to two main factors. First, a process of modernization from the Tahuantinsuyo, the excessive expansion and militarization that generate disappear, rejection, and discontent among nations outside Cusco, the Inca capital. Second, the arrival of the West under an extractivist enterprise with a feudal system and mid-state, which took advantage of the internal conflict between the Incas of Cusco and the nation dissatisfied with Inca's rule. This brought about ruptures and large-scale change, not only economic but also social and spiritual, so profound that Andean societies could not have imagined them. Pachacuti, the world turned upside down. Gold had emerged from the home of the Mother Earth, and was used solely and ornamentation of sacred objects, grow become this greatest excursion of the present day. Thank you. During the colonial period, many lands intended exclusively of cultivation, such as plains, were ever converted into residential areas, where living on flat land had once been strictly forbidden because food production was the priority. Colonizers building their houses and churches. Not only that, but they also changed the crops. Many places, wheat and the barley were imposed or on sacred cornfields, reserved of the temples of the sun. Something similar we can see today in the sacred valley of the Incas, which are beginning gentrificate toward spiritual tours business. José Carlos Mariátegui, already on the Republican period and before a grand reform, concluded the so-called Indian problem, problema de los indios, was not racial, educational, or administrative, but fundamentally socioeconomic and agrarian. Rooted in latifundia and colonialismo, which exploited indigenous peasants toward a feudal system of servidumbre, education, he argued, was ineffective without a profound reform of land ownership that would liberate indigenous people and integrate them into the nation of transforming Peru's economic foundation. In 1968, a historic agrarian revolution took place with the expropriation of estates from landowners. Although indigenous people were obliged to live behind the feudal system of exploitation, the fall of the revolutionary government brought with a new challenge and unmet needs of the population. After a frustrated revolution, today the Andean Amazonian population continues to suffer massive displacement from the countryside to the city due to climate change, lack of state support, armed conflicts from the 90s, pollution from mining and oil industry, export-oriented industrial agriculture, and the persecution of indigenous leaders. As a result, families who inherit this sophisticated agricultural system are increasingly forced to abandon their lands. All of this places us in the neo-feudal era, especially when the Andean peasant mason depended on the transgenic seeds and pesticides that cause cancer and other diseases. Clearly, the world remains upside down. and the granddaughter of peasant. Although I did not live my entry life in the countryside, I was able to learn from enjoy my family's communal festivities, even in the city as violent as Lima. I can testify to the practice of communal reciprocity and resistance toward time. Pachamanca, a cosmic spot of more than the meal, it's also a recognition of the migration of food and Andean origin. The flavors of different ingredients meet the heat of stones that hold memories from the beginning of the world. Sharing these foods is an expression of gratitude toward the ancestral knowledge and indigenous Andean communities and their diasporas. Manan sipa yarjaimanta, wanyumaniachu. Nadie puede morir de hambre. Food is not a weapon. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. I think both Radha and Daniela, though coming from geographically very far regions, had very similar stories to tell. We have next with us Yukiko Shikata. Yukiko is an independent curator and art critic based in Tokyo. She is involved in projects that combine art, science, and technology with a focus on information flows and environmental unconsciousness. She is known for exploring the intersections of nature, technology, and society, particularly following the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake. She advocates for flowing commons, a perspective where soil, water, humans, and fauna are seen as interdependent entities. Her body of work proposes the necessity of an ecology not only for the environment, but also of society and of the mind. Yukiko.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, we can.
Answer? Okay. Okay. Thank you for inviting me to today's panel. I'm very happy to be here. Today, I want to express my I want to tell you your message with under the title Aquascape, from visualizing water to a world seen through or from water. And I've been working independently, but also recently I also work as a director of Toward Art Center. This is located very north, the most north of Japan main island, Aomori Prefecture. So I based in Tokyo and Towada. So I also find many aspects from local city by based in local cities. And today I want to introduce some of my thoughts. Yes. So imagine aquascape. This is the word I just it came up to my mind recently in last June. Aquascape, where moisture content is converted into a blue gradient, much like thermography visualize heat distribution. Beyond the visible water, moisture is ubiquitous throughout the world, not only in the air and underground, but also in the form of abundant water-bearing entities, including humans, animals, and plants. Water, the source of life, aquascape will likely reveal a world interconnected through water. It is said the total amount of water on Earth remains constant. Just thinking that the fluid circulating within our bodies and the moisture in our breath have passed through plants, animals, the Earth and atmosphere, oceans, and rivers countless times over eons makes me feel like I'm dissolving. Nature, oceans, forests, mountains, is overflowing with water. In cities, beyond organized water infrastructure and planted trees, humans themselves emerge as a dense concentration of water. The distribution and movement of water in nature and cities are entirely different. In the former, flowing water connects smoothly. In the latter, artificial division and control dominates. Earth water has been preserved by nature's purifying processes. Water, shifting according to its environment, knows no boundaries. Water belongs to no one. It is the commons. Also, one might even say that all water on Earth in itself constitutes a single entity. Yet, humans have continually sought to conquer water for their own survival and convenience. Modern science and technology, in particular, have accelerated human desires, leading to irreversible and severe water pollution. This threatens all life, including humans, creating an immeasurable debt to the future. "15 years have already passed since the Great East Japan earthquake on March 11, 2011. The subsequent tsunami and the unprecedented contamination caused by the accident at the Tokyo Electric Power Company's Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. Time flies, and the sheer volume and speed of information circulating today push the past into oblivion almost instantly. Yet, I cannot forget the man-made disaster of 3/11, nor should we ever forget it. Since the 1990s, I have focused on the relationships between various flows of information, such as data, water, weather, people, and so on. After 3/11, I intensified my research on water and have continued curating it. Following 3/11, several acquaintances began and sustained new endeavors. For instance, artist Soichiro Mihara launched the Blank Project, whose second work was titled Bell, a device where a self-made Geiger counter rings a bell when it detects a radiation. Concurrently, Mihara started visits to the Fukushima Daiichi and other sites. I accompanied him to Fukushima Daiichi in 2018 and to the Chukan Chozo Shisetsu. It's interim storage of nuclear radiation source, radiated soil to keep. So interim storage facility in Okuma Town in 2021. Additionally, Yuko, my friend, Yuko from Hiro Town. Hiro Town is close to Fukushima Daiichi. Hiro Town, Fukushima Prefecture, deliberately took up surfing after 3/11 to experience the sea and waves firsthand. She also launched a platform called Engawa no Ie, a house with the engawa. Engawa means Japanese veranda, and connecting between outside and inside. So she also launched a platform called Engawa no Ie, and decorating its first exhibition with bell from Soichiro Mihara. After visiting the interim storage facility with Mihara and Yosaku Matsutani of Aesthetic Scholar in 2021, Yuko's invitation unexpectedly led all the three of us to try surfing for the first time. The sensation with the waves was unforgettable for me, leading to the idea, could we start every year to remember 3/11 by surfing? Oh, sorry, this is the installation of Bell by Soichiro Mihara at the Engawa no Ie. It's an online exhibition in 2022. And actually, we started by riding the waves on 311 every year, starting from 2022, organized by Yuko, Mihara, and Matsutani, three of them. With each interaction, the network expanded, and culminating this year in the publication of a book documenting the initiative. So after surfing, we have a lunch, and also we have we commemorate this day in 2011. Since 2011, I have traveled through seas, rivers, and mountains, and both domestically and internationally, with water as a constant theme. I have focused on entities suppressed and alienated since modernity, such as nature, indigenous peoples, women, and so on, and also on the eras brought about by Japan's modernization, such as accident in Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plants. So first I called aquascape, such as from the visualizing water, but now I can also raise a new idea of aquascape by shifting our perspective from the world as we see it to the world as seen from water. To us, here water represents those entities oppressed and marginalized since modernity, such as indigenous or women and so on. So 1 year before last year's March 11th, 2025, I was on Jeju Island in South Korea conducting fieldwork with my friends and acquaintances. And yeah, Jeju is the island between South Korea and Kyushu, Japan. And then on the March 11th last year at 2 p.m. 46 p.m., all the Japanese and South Koreans present for the moment of silence. The time is the time is the one that happened earthquake in 2011. Jeju Island is located just 180 kilometers from the Goto Island of Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan. These islands hold many war relics, including the remains of a military airfield and tunnels. I just go to show something like this. This is a military airfield and tunnels constructed during the Japanese occupation. I will go back a bit. Here we started Ganjon village, located in the south part of the Jeju Island, as the site of a long-standing contentious conflict between local residents and the South Korean Navy, Jeju Naval Base, with a filmmaker based in the village, and riverside road to the sea with remains of the opposition movements. You can see from these photos. And the river going to the sea is a beautiful place and also a very sacred place, also very important by nature. But finally, naval base was built and still expanding. Naval base in Ganjon village. You can see some of the one building there, and they started to watch us because they saw us as strangers. Yeah, this is the sea. And this is protest messages along the road. Still many remains and also ongoing activities. Yes. So also furthermore, many people secretly fled to Japan during the post-war Jeju Island April 3 incident. Maybe you know that. In 1948, there was a very big massacres in April 3rd in Jeju Islands. and creating deep ties with our country, Japan, because so many people fled to Japan. After developing its tourism industry in the 60s, Jeju Island is now popular as a healing island. It's the spirit of defiance persists and evidenced by daily cultural demonstration held in front of the Navy base constructed by destroying nature. On Jeju Island, I was particularly moved by the presence of the ama divers. Ama is a henyo. This is basically woman going fishing and taking some seaweeds in the sea. Ama culture is in South Korea and Japan. There are also many places in Japan ama lives, or used to live. The number of ama is decreasing. But ama is also very important from the aspect of nature, ecology, and feminism, I think. So anyway, I was particularly moved by the presence of the ama divers and the current eco-feminist movement unfolding there. The henyo is ama in Korean. Henyo once travels to various parts of Japan for work and also participated in anti-Japanese movement in the 1930s. The ama in Jeju Islands. In Sonful village, close to the henyo fishing grounds, the Grandma Art Village social museum has emerged in recent years. Here, elderly women of the village, including former henyo, express their worldviews through paintings. They just started painting. This initiative involved the women themselves, also the entire village and visitors, breathing life into a creative spirit. I want to show some. This is one of the women with some post. She's in a poster, and her work. She really like to paint cows. And this is a bookstore. And anyway, this is another woman. So at each house, they have a gallery showing their works. So this is also I want to show another person's gallery. Also, there's another person's gallery. So many people each person has their own gallery. This is the exhibition of henyo and also introducing their paintings in a kind of community house or something. Also, there are some exhibitions or also shops there. So this Grandma Art Village is very interesting and very fascinating. This initiative involves a woman. This I already wrote. So this initiative was started by Cho Han-hejon, South Korean anthropology scholar, critic, feminist, and author, who relocated her base to this island 20 years ago, advocating for the potential villages, nature, and women suppressed by modernity and capitalism. The village also hosts a bookstore dealing with ecology, feminism, veganism, and related topics. This is the bookstore here in this village. All Korean books on those topics. So many publications. It's pity I cannot read. And we also went around the mountains, also wetland in this Sonful village. Yeah, this is the Hejon, South Korean anthropology scholar. So seeing the smile of the grandmothers who created galleries in their homes to display their own paintings, I strongly felt the power of art, how creativity is liberated and spreads through drawing with free imagination and physical expression, despite past hardships. Because Ama had hard life by work, but also they are underestimated in a society for a long time. Professor Hejon's lecture analyzed current trends from perspectives like philosophy and cultural anthropology, encouraging me by demonstrating the mutual exchange between theory and practice. Yeah, this is my impression. Just try to read it. I saw one of the future, ecological futurism or ecological future in this island. This year, I plan to spend March 11th in Hiroo town, Fukushima. And around that time, I intend to visit Minamata, a place I always knew I would eventually go, together with my own aquascape. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yukiko. As artists, I think that's the beauty of art, that it tends to make visible what otherwise people won't notice in their everyday lives. I think the next two speakers and the last presentation is by Kule Mambaso and Nick Eikens. Kule Mambaso is a researcher based at HDK Balan, University of Gothenburg, and director of Photo Galleria in Oslo. She's also director of Natal Collective, an independent production company active internationally in research and presentation of creative and cultural Africana, contemporary art and politics. Mambaso is co-editor of Climate, Our Right to Breathe, Berlin, L'International. Nick Eikens is a curator, researcher, and editor and educator. He is currently the managing editor and research responsible for L'International Online and the research and publishing platform for L'International, the European Federation of Museums, Universities, and Arts Organizations. Over to Nick and Kule.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Lovely to be with you digitally, if not in person. Huge thanks to the organizers for the invitation and admiration for the work that you're putting together and assembling there. I'm sure it's been a very rich and fulfilling day, and we have the task of somehow closing it off. And Kule and I are speaking to you online. We're actually both in Gothenburg, though around the corner from one another in different buildings. So what we're going to do today is introduce and in a way launch for the first time a publication that we have been working on for on and off for a couple of years. I'm going to share my screen. And Kule, I don't know if you want to say hi.
Yes, I'll say good afternoon to everyone who's in Kochi in person, and to Economic. Thank you very much for the invitation. We're really happy to be able to share with you this publication.
Great. So I'm going to talk through the first few slides. I think we only have 15 minutes or so, and it's been a long day, so we try and stick to time. So this is the cover of the Climate Reader with this subtitle: Propositions, Poetics, and Operations. And it's a book that exists digitally, but also print on demand, and is, I suppose, The context of this is a series of online seminars that we have conducted from Hodekervalen, the University of Gothenburg, over the past 2 years. It's part of a project called the Museum of the Commons by the Confederation L'Internationale, and it has brought together artists, curators, academics and activists to think about climate as within a space of dialogue, to think about different discursive, artistic, political and operational registers in response to climate breakdown and ecological degradation. The starting point for this work, and we'll touch on this in a bit more detail shortly, was the publication which Nkule co-edited, Climate, Our Right to Breathe, which came out in 2022. And the central proposition of this book is that climate is to be understood as an eco-social condition that intersects the ecological, the social, the political and the cultural. And in this respect, the reader and what we're trying to be doing through the Climate Forum approaches the eco-social condition of climate not as a thematic, not as a theme to be described, explicated or represented, but rather as a reality that forms and is attended to by the constellation of artists and thinkers taking part. So I suppose all this to say that, you know, that what's part of this project very much is to think through how does one address, speak with the condition of climate from diverse different contexts rather than talk about it. A very quick introduction to L'Internationale. This is some of my... Yeah?
Apparently there is a sound issue. I can hear you quite well, but in the room not.
Okay.
So, Ewan writes in the chat.
Does this help?
Nick, we can hear you clearly.
Does that help?
It's good. We can hear you quite clearly.
Okay.
That's okay. I've taken my headphones off.
Your sound was a little less. Nick is okay.
Okay.
Okay. So here are some colleagues. The L'Internationale Confederation brings together 16 institutions, museums, art centres, universities across Europe. It's funded by the European Union, and it's been going now for 15 years. This work that we're doing on the Climate Forum and the Climate Reader happens within a kind of trajectory of research that includes a climate assembly comprising different colleagues across the different institutions who are thinking not only in terms of, I suppose, different forms of public programs, but also thinking in relation to infrastructures of museum works. How is conservation, implicated in questions of climate degradation? How are archival works impacted? How is our travel impacted? All of these questions. So infrastructural questions. But of course, there are also presentation modes. This shares a name with your assembly. Soils, a project that took place in the Van Abbe Museum, but also had iterations in Australia and Indonesia. Our colleagues in transit in Romania, who are working on the experimental station for research on art on life. This is a brownfield site in NCAD, the university, the Art and Design College in Dublin, but also thinking about the kind of intersection between let's say, institutional cultural work and climate activism and organising. This is a publication that came out from the Institute of Radical Imagination called the Art for Radical Ecologies Manifesto. So all this to say that this work that we would be doing in the Climate Forum draws on and pulls on and is situated within a kind of landscape of different research trajectories and practices that are happening within L'Internationale, all of which are trying to think through or foreground the relationship between artistic practice, speculative thinking, and operational questions within institutional and educational work. So, Nkule, I pass to you.
Okay, so just let me know how is now my sound, Ewan? Is that good? I hope I'm...
Yeah, if you can speak a bit louder or closer, I don't know. It's just
okay.
The difference is quite important between Nick and you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give it a go. I'm just leaning in a bit closer. So the Climate, the first book, The Right to Breathe, which was in 2022, was a collection of essays and artistic contributions that was in response to the two main challenges we face on a global scale. And these challenges were translated to the ecosystem, namely looking at the accelerated collapse of the biosphere under climate change, and also thinking about the increasingly crushing dynamics of a toxic political sphere. And to try and relate the publication to this panel, I thought that we can think of Climate, The Right to Breathe as a work of climate futurism, because it does not treat climate change solely as an environmental or technical problem, but as a struggle over the kinds of futures that might remain possible. And so through the essays, the artistic reflections, and the political analysis, the book imagines futures in which the right to breathe, both literally and metaphorically, is either protected or denied. And it's thinking about how questions of power, inequality, and historical injustice shape, the future worlds. The publication also aligns with an approach that we used to foreground voices from the global south. We were foregrounding positions from indigenous communities, and thinking about how other non-dominant groups whose futures are most threatened by climate change outside of the West. So it was also not about offering a kind of any speculative fiction. The book presents critical thoughts that insist on decisions to determine how future generations might inherit breathable air, lived environments, and so on. Next slide, Nick. And this is a quote from the book, that aware that much of the transformation that is needed to reverse increasingly dire scientific forecasts about the environment must take place on a planetary scale, and in the material sphere, Climate, The Right to Breathe is informed by an urgency to imagine common strategies for active solidarity, while considering both museums and artistic practices to be critical vehicles for debate, promoting and imagining new worlds to come. And so, the book really is about different kinds of responses to the accelerating planetary conditions. We can move to the next one. For the cover, which we always like to highlight, we had the work of Ottobong from 2013. The work is titled "Whose Crisis Is This?" And the image guides us into the spirit of the publication. So Nganga's image opens up many of the strands that the publication pulls out, which is about climate emergency, extraction, the circulation of resources, and sustainability, questions of sustainability. And one of the major and persistent issues revolves around the world's use of natural resources. And Kanga's, as we know, her practice is about the relationship between the exploitation of the landscape, people, and labor. And she works to expose the relationship between rarity and desire, which is a key point in the complex networks of supply and demand, which govern globalization and globalizing processes. And this also points to the sort of four interrelated sections of the publication, which followed around communication, energy, and extraction. And the second was land and food sovereignty. The third being toxicity and healing. And finally, we had one looking at shelters to situate the practices and think is in relation to inherited contemporary forms of social environmental violence in different contexts and places. So pulling from the discussions that were initiated by the publication, but which were felt maybe were not adequately met, the climate forums build on the publication and ask sort of central questions like how can climate thinking move from discourse to practice, and particularly within the artistic and institutional context. And so it became, again, rather than treating climate change as a purely scientific or policy issue, the forums positioned it as ethical and political concern. The first forum that we had was in 2023, and focused, it focused on one session which I led was on vegetal agency, and another led by OSA was on different grounds, and it was looking about agriculture and the focus on plants and seeds and embodied knowledge as a living archive. And it was about foregrounding different kinds of indigenous perspectives and biodiversity in the face of ecological loss, and it demonstrated how artistic research can function as climate-producing knowledge, offering sort of grounded relational approaches to imagine, not just, And then the second was dedicated to unpacking the deep entanglements between history, environmental destruction, and cultural institutions, while also exploring how the art world might align more closely with movements for climate justice and systematic change. So while the first forum was more about artistic practices, in the second we reached back again to look at institutional environments. So these two are in dialogue. The third, Nick. Yeah, thanks. The third, again, was a case that brought together, under debt of settler colonialism and climate catastrophe, brought together scholars and practitioners who were examining cases from Algeria, Guadeloupe, and French Polynesia. And the presentations of this session focused on the toxic legacies of colonial extraction and environmental harm, and were about linking archival and poetic forms of knowledge of contemporary claims for environmental justice. And the contributors highlighted how former colonial territories continue to experience ecological harm, and how these histories shape global climate realities today. And then, for example, can the art world strike for climate? Also, in this third forum was about what could be some of the propositional responses that are contemporaneous and can respond to the environments that we're facing. Climate 4, which was the last of the series, was provocatively titled "Our World Lives When Their World Ceases to Exist," and the forum focused on how the exploitation of natural resources and the destruction of the ecosystems affect both local and global communities, and thinking about, the title was about reminding us that the survival of one system often comes at the expense of another, whether it's forests, the oceans, or vulnerable communities. And the discussions from this forum highlight sort of different kinds of solutions and ethical responses and responsibilities, as well as some of the sort of collaborative strategies that artists and other institutions have taken on to address the question of the climate change. We can go. And we're now looking at the table of contents for the publication, which is really closely related in this organization to the flow of how the panels unfolded. So, Nick, I hand over to you.
Thanks, Nkule. And important to say that as we were organizing the forums, we were approaching it not only in terms of these kind of isolated instances, but rather thinking about how to study through these forums. So for each of the forums, we published a series of readings before the forums. You see Nkule's gave the first one, and then in relation to each of the forums, there was either publishing happening immediately afterwards, separate commissions, and so what this publication does is it assembles some of that work. Inevitably, a lot of the publishing, some of the publishing happened towards the end of the process, but there was this kind of accumulative study that was happening as we went along, and the structure of the book follows the structure of the four forums itself. I'm just going to try and move now and see if this works. So the publication itself begins with this visual essay which Nkule composed, which kind of brings together a sort of visual index, if you like, or references to some of the contributions in the publication itself. And as I said, we begin with each of the sections. Here's our introduction. Each of the sections begins with these readings. So Nkule, back in 2023, I think this was published, November 2023, drew on 2 readings from the first climate book, by Munem Wasif and Marwa Asanios, and these kind of set up or frame or offer a way in to the Climate Forum sessions. We then have 2 contributions by Osha Sonjasdotter, looking at the practices or the history of monocultural farming in Scandinavia and alternatives that she researches. It's kind of beautiful archival collection of glass plates that she discovered dating back to the early 20th century. And following that, we have a piece by Zayan Khan, artist, researcher, working in Cape Town, from which the cover image is taken. And Zayan's wonderful piece titled "Eating Clay is Not an Eating Disorder," that kind of explores different relationships to histories of practices with the land in Cape Town, and ends with this beautiful recipe for talbina, this porridge which she describes. So, Nkule, I don't know if you want to maybe touch on a contribution or 2 from Climate Forum 2, or you'd like me to do it?
I changed my mind about doing that.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, you can just do one more, Nick, and then I just wanted to say that we could, to point out that the publication is available for the downloading from the La International platform, and this is also all the publications that have to do with the climate strand over the last couple of years. So that includes the Climate, the Right to Breathe. It's also on the same platform if you follow and go find this one, and that it's also there publicly available and can be downloaded.
Yeah. So I don't know how we're doing for time. Maybe it's more important, and thank you, Nkule, for the necessary plugging of where to find this publication. This is the L'Internationale's platform, and here you can see we're in our this is our homepage, and if you go into the publications section, you'll be able to find the Climate Reader there. All the contributions exist as contributions on the platform, and then are brought together in this reader, and you can download the PDF there. You can also order a print-on-demand copy of the book. What the reader does, and how I suppose we make use of the digital platform, is that many of these contributions also pull on film excerpts, musical tracks, multiple image and archival work. So it's also to think about how we use the space of digital publishing in a different way. And I think one of the central things that the climate book, the climate reader does, is try to extend and build from the work of the first climate book, and particularly to think about perhaps some of those gaps. In one of a really striking contribution, we reflect on the ways in which, when we're talking about how the art institutions might align with climate activisms, a number of indigenous organisations refused to take part. They said, we don't feel that this space of a European institution is the space to have these conversations. So the book attempts to consider and reflect on how can we get into a more equitable relationship in terms of how climate discourse is accounted for in relation to different lived experiences. So I think we'll leave it there. I want to, again say thank you. And Nkule, I don't know if you'd like to close off in any way.
No, we just say thank you, and we're looking forward to the discussion, and also was just quite happy to listen to all the previous conversations earlier on in the last hour. So we'll hand over to.
Thank you so much, Nick and Kole. That was really wonderful. I think even though we are running a little over the schedule, but we don't want to lose the opportunity of having these 5 great speakers with us right now. And even if it is a short 10 or 15 minutes, let's make the best use of it. So I'll try and see if I can sort of give a little premise, and then we'll go to each speaker and give them an opportunity to respond. I think one of the most important aspects which we have realized from this session is that environmental problems, particularly mother of all problems of climate change, is not just a technical one, but to use Nick and Kule's phrase of being an eco-social condition. And that it's not just an environmental problem, it's also a human rights issue, as we saw from Radha and Daniela's work. So in that context, I'll begin with asking Radha the first question. Is Radha online? Evan, Radha's there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. So the question is first to Radha and Daniela, given that they come from backgrounds of working with local communities, indigenous identities, and the challenges that they face. So rather if you were to wear your legal hat and you had to answer this question of how do you reconcile the local, both identity, place, soil, and land, very much I refer to your own words of that the aroma of the Kaveri soil follows you around. Because we are dealing with especially climate change, the problem is much larger and it's at a global scale. How do you reconcile this local and global, particularly from a justice point of view? Because justice is also within subnationalities, within the Kaveri Basin itself. You probably have the farmers of both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu squabbling over the rights of the waters themselves. So rather, how do we reconcile this very challenging problem?
There is thank you for that question. It's a question which requires a lot of probing and explanation. But I will start with I will just limit myself to some basic observations on that. First of all, as far as law is concerned, wearing my legal hat, which I've done for many, many years, one thing we need to realize is whose law is this? Because this law was not made by the people who live on the land. This law was brought from somewhere else. And I've written about this thing in relation to the Krishna Basin, that, so much of this law is a colonial, exactly how, and that book goes into how colonial conceptions have actually created a problem in a And if you look at the Deccan Plateau, for centuries, people have grown cotton. They have exported. India was one of the biggest exporters of cotton textiles. Yeah. And they got rain 3 months in a year, and they had to live on it and manage an economy on it for 9 months. Because that is the story of many arid, semi-arid regions. But then along come the British, and they have perennial water. We only get water for 3 months in a year. And they introduced those technologies of water management into a region where water is only available for 3 months. So what does that do? It completely distorts the whole economic, social, political, ecological structures. And this is why so many of our tank irrigation systems has now completely gone. So if you're talking to me about the law, I'm going to ask you whose law. In fact, one of the first cases that I was involved in as a young lawyer who had just joined the bar was the Krishna water dispute. So, and that is one of the things that made me question on this. If you are asking me about justice, I would say law and justice are not necessarily the same thing. Law is something that institutions enforce. Whoever makes the law enforces it, and they enforce whatever they wish to get out of the law. Justice is something else. Justice is something that is very inherent in human thinking, desires, everything. And justice may sometimes come from the law, sometimes it comes from outside the law. This is why we had the anti-colonial struggles, because we could not get justice from the British system, and that is why we have. So there are moments in history when people may turn back to the law and there are moments in history when we have to say, look, we have to walk the walk. And I remember when there's a story about an elderly Maori woman, she was 74 or something, and there was, legislation and legal debates about, giving Maori more rights and, doing, recognizing the land and environment and all of that. And she was listening to all the conversations and debates. And she said, you guys are not really coming to the root of the problem. And she said, I am going to walk to Wellington to register my protest. You guys can discuss about law and, statutes and what clause should be there and should not be there. And she got up and she walked. And of course, a 74-year-old woman walking, one by one, everyone had to join her for whatever present. And then it turned out to be one of the biggest land movements that the Maori have done in these times. So this is what I'm saying, and we have these very romantic ideas about the law. When you actually wear the gown and go to court, you are limited in what you can say to the statute, to whoever has written that. And we try to address some of these things in the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, and precisely because it took an art form, because it was only through the medium of art we could kind of profile what another system of justice, what another system of law could look like. So, I think that there are several issues there, and I've just clubbed everything together, but your question really deserves a lot more in-depth answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Radha. Daniela, your own work in its context is similar to a lot of the work that Radha has done, but that I refer to that image which was quite striking of that lady from the Andes standing against this row of police. As an artist in this very contentious space, you've tried to also, you speak about healing. Can you tell us a little bit about how, both personally and as a artist, where do you see this role of the arts in this healing process?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting because also I am so very critical with this new age and hilly words. I living in Berlin and I look so many conceptions, inspiration from indigenous people and so many projects think about for indigenous, and I come from an indigenous family, and make me so frustrated because actually this role for healing is the radical healing. This is we go to the problem. This concept from the buen vivir, so the good living, is not when we stay good. This is we find good for all. We fire for this good for all. Also, all is persons, all is animals, all is plants, the soil, the mother air, the mountains. So this is the radical healing. It's not the healing, okay, I go to, a room from the indigenous language or ayahuasca drinking. It's radical healing is like we healing as body, but we healing so this, all what we see or we feeling, and very principal, when we not talk about from the political thing, and then this is not healing. This is so appropriation from cultures. And for me, also when I have also the experience from the migrant, but also I see also so different form for migrants in Europe on the other place. Also my family come from the farms context and then go to the Lima. And Lima is also very, very difficult and very violent city. And then this form for resistance is also a moment in that people meet for food or meet for only for rest. And this is also this radical healing, a little bit form for rest, or when we can talk about for this problem in the work, or also when you are in so very risky situation, you have no time. And then in my role artist, I am the first woman in my family that I can go to the university, and then I am artist. And then I have this time to think about, okay, what is also why I can connect in my artist practice, my radical healing, and also staying with my community. Now I live in Berlin, yes, and then also for me it's very important, it's also a part very important for my life, stay with my community, and I heard what is the problem also from the Andean community. And this is not only Peruvian, Andean community and then other communities, migrants community in North Europe. And this is so, for me, also important to say, hey, food is not a weapon. And this is also this radical healing. Hello, what happened? Why the people not understand? This is so very bad for the civilization. This is not civilization. And then they have to begin to say, in the Incas time, so many time on before the Incas, the food was the principal thing, no the gold. This destruction from the system, this make only catastrophe for people, for animals, for all. And we need to think about, okay, we need now a radical healing and a political revolution. Why no? This is all what I
that
think.
Last phrase in your slide was not to use food as a weapon. Is that an actual phrase or a quote from communities, or is it that phrase which you used at the end
We
of the
say, because we have so many restrictions in Germany to say, stop with the war in Palestine. This is.
Thank you. Yukiko, in your presentation, you talked about, water is one of the most interesting elements because it's a commons and it flows, and everybody lives downstream, as someone said. As an artist, how do you see, what role could the artist and the curator and the researcher play in getting into the consciousness of people? How do we deal with commons?
I'm a curator, and how to say, we can share the how we consist as a curator artist, but in the same way, because we are all creators and human beings, and we share the same direction, not working only for human being, but also making art or curation or exhibition, also not only for human beings, but also non-humans. Also, non-human can also produce some artworks. Well, we can collaborate with between us and non-humans. And I've been working with the artists who have been doing this kind of activities. Or this is my answer. I also want to say something about other presenters. On the latter, and she answered about the legal and whose law. This is important, I think. And whose law is not only human being, but also non-human. Like she also raised the issue of Maori. Also in New Zealand, the river was, in a way, got the rights from the government some years ago. So it means oppressed entities like rivers or non-humans can have a right because we share the same world. Maybe human being has a more positive, actions to conquer or to control the nature or every other things. But we are also not only control the entity to control everything. We are in a way controlled by the nature or climate, some other elements. And I also thought that the soil and self-determination raised by Radha, and soil and self-determination, and those relations very important. But soil is actually, who is self in this word, self-determination? In my understanding, soil is not the human being. Soil makes us determine. Or self-determination. Self can be also interpreted not only by human being, but the soil can be also, soil is included be self. What do you think about this? And also the word from the Nick and Nuclear, the title of the book, Climate, Our Right to Breathe. This is important. So who is our rights? Our is not only human beings, but also non-human beings. And the right to breathe, and not only the, organized entity, but even for the stones and some other things like minerals can be also thought, can be interpreted to breathe in different way. So I'm not only an Eastern Asian in this panel, and in my society, very much also something shared by some parts like South Korea or these regions, we can feel more relation. Very close relation between nature and human being or non-humans. So from this perspective, I just raised some idea to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yukiko. Nick and Kule, to use one of the titles of Nick, one of your essays, Preparing to Exit. And given both of your work with the Climate Reader, where do you see, can you give us some broad strokes of what's up ahead in terms of preparing to exit from obviously a colonialist and a capitalist sort of extractive, exploitative way of being? What gives you hope in your work with the Climate Reader?
I would say very briefly, I mean, we obviously it's just another temporary moment of pause in the conversations, and we continue to expand on some of the thoughts that have developed, and we become into more community with different people and different scholars, and become aware of different situations that and contexts that maybe we haven't covered, that we need still to touch on. And I think this sort of builds this kind of planetary ambition of the that I said that was the original framework for the right to breathe, that it has this kind of wider openness, and so to continue to open the research up to different geographies that were maybe not touched on at the different moments of the research, and to encounter different kinds of propositions that are arising from different kinds of practices, artistic and otherwise. That would be my sense of what I'm looking forward to with how the book should travel, and how I plan to further engage with it in different moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think working on the climate forum and then on the reader, this question of operations, I think, is where one can start to feel some hope. You know, whether that's looking into practices like Otobong and Kanga's working across, farm in Nigeria, her space in Athens, and her studio practice. Whether it's thinking about questions of deaccession of collections, museums finally realizing that the idea of collecting, of conserving artworks is incommensurate with ideas of climate justice. How do one start to actually change those operations? And how does one get into relation with climate organisers and activists, as well as continuing the really important intellectual, speculative, aesthetic work of artistic practice. So that feels really exciting to start to work with the complexities of how those things can meet one another. So that gives cause to continue the work.
So thank you, everyone. We've almost run out of time. We need to go on to the next session. Since the theme of this session was ecological futurisms, I think all 5 speakers have not only described the problem very well, but they've also given us some very hopeful directions which we could possibly take. So thank you to all speakers, and thank you everyone, and we will close this session. Thank you so much. I may take the last burning question from the audience, which I did not do. If any one of you have a question or 2, given the lack of time. If anyone wants to ask any of the speakers a question. We have 2 minutes. Yes, please. One last question.
I have to ask.
Please do.
Coming from India and hearing about the Maori and Peruvian tribes, it seems like we're living in a world where the indigenous are being brought back to the forefront. There is a discussion. But in India, we are seeing them relegated in the forests. They cannot practice their form of cultivation. I would be surprised to find any indigenous representation here in India, from India. Can anybody comment about this huge drastic difference in representation we're seeing, or am I seeing this differently?
Radha, would you like to take that?
Yes, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, don't you? Because it is not that the indigenous people in India are not fighting back. It's not that they are not trying to defend their land. But then we have to ask ourselves questions, fundamental questions about our society. I mean, why is it that indigenous people are not here? It's not that they have a very strong tradition of art and literature and culture, and they have a very strong tradition of resistance. They have a very strong tradition of defending their land, their soil, and they are not here. And that's a question that we all have to ask ourselves. And I would say, if you want pointers, we don't have time to discuss all of that, of course. We have to ask ourselves the caste system. We have to ask ourselves questions about the nature of colonialism in India and how the extent to which it has taken roots deep within all of us, and the ways in which we are no longer able to think of ourselves. And this was my whole point of my presentation. When there is a detachment from land, whether it happens voluntarily or forced, and you don't have love for the land, then everything else is constitution, speculation, law, etc., etc. The Adivasi woman, a 74-year-old Adivasi woman, even in India today, will get up and walk to Delhi. She will do it. But will we walk with her? And that's the point I want to make. And that's a question we all have to introspect. I'll just leave it there because your question has, is a very central one, I would say. And thank you for asking it.
Yes, thank you for asking that question. I think it gives us a moment of pause and self-reflection. Thank you so much.
The panel is now closed.
Thought I was frozen. That I heard you. I'm not frozen.
We're closed?
Oh, how about
I think so.
Yeah, wisdom. No, the last message, no greetings, the last greetings. Maybe finished? Thank you for very nice to talk with you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for the last session. Now we'll take a kind of 5-minute break.
Thank you to all the contributors. Yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, all of you who are online. Thank you so much. It was fantastic. We'll continue with the last speaker of the day, which will be Geeta Narayan giving her keynote. Do we want to take a break or should we continue? That's from the audience here, sitting here. Continue, that's what we hear. Okay, we'll continue with Geeta's keynote.
So we can just keep this Zoom to listen, or we can just switch to the... Okay. Okay, thank you, bye.
Yes. Thank you, and I'll start with introducing Geeta Narayanan, who I have known since 2002. She's been my mentor, my guru, my friend, and we've worked together on many things at Srishti. Today I have the privilege to introduce her to all of you. Geeta has worked for over 4 decades in the overlapping fields of education, arts and culture, design and technology. In the last 4 decades, Geeta has moved from founding institutions, which also includes the Srishti Manipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology, that support and enable change, to working both creatively and constructively in generating capacities for change within teachers, artists, and other creative practitioners. Geeta was awarded an honorary doctorate by Oxford Brookes University in recognition of her contribution to teacher development in 2011. She has accepted a director's fellowship in the Media Lab of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA, and is currently holding the position of the UNESCO Chair for Culture, Habitat, and Sustainable Development as well. Geeta also has been invited to be the visiting faculty at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, Future of Learning Summer School. Geeta serves and has served on many national and international boards. Geeta, it's a privilege to call you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Meena. Thank you, Neil, Evan, Vivek, for inviting me to come here to the third Soil Assembly. I was happy to be part of it in the beginning, have had a long gap, and it's good to be back. Before I begin my keynote, I think that I want to just comment a little bit on where I am today against all the good and great things that Meena has said, right? I'm not in the forefront of an institution anymore or want to be. And I have the privilege of being older at 76 and looking back, and perhaps looking back not with a lot of happiness. Not at what we have achieved here, but at where we are. And you can see that in the anxiety in the presentations that we've had just now, and in some of them that we had yesterday, Mr. Jairam's in particular. So when I was actually debating about where I could position what I had to say, I felt more of the same was not going to be of any use to anybody who wanted to listen to me, first. And secondly, I'm deeply troubled that I'm speaking today after Mr. Trump spoke at Davos, right, for 1.5 hours, calling Greenland a little piece of ice, right, and telling everybody that might is right, saying that he is pulling down hundreds and thousands of wind farms. And then it made me shiver a little bit more, because I'm saying, what is optimistic about a position like that? And where are we in our own country? Where are we in this country where my friend Sonam Wangchuk, where Radha is talking about fight for land, and the question came about tribals and indigenous communities, when the people of Ladakh, the people who've lived in the coldest mountain deserts of this world, one of them, not the coldest, when their leader is only asking for the rights promised under democratic governance for statehood, and when he is now spent over 100 days in jail, when his work has been torn down, his reputation in shreds, just as Time magazine calls him the climate warrior of 2025. I felt I had no right. I have no right to stand here. I've lost my voice. Hello? Hello? I don't know what I did, but it's coming back now on? Yeah. Yeah. So I think that Sonam's plight is the plight of many people in this country and across the world. But even more devastating is the fact that when we know that the air that we breathe in the north of this country, in Delhi and in its surrounding areas, is poisoning children and people, mainly the homeless, because the people with rich homes have got oxygen, monitors, and little kids are going around with designed objects that give them oxygen. And the solution to that is to break down the Sahyadris, the Western Ghats, and somehow miraculously the wind will take all that smog and pollution away somewhere else. And so I felt that there lies the importance of the Soil Assembly, the importance of building these relationships across the world, from South America to Europe to the United Kingdom, to Japan, to India, and into the waters of the oceans and everywhere else. But I also had to speak for the future, that we could not always fight and continue to fight in a world that we seem to be losing more than we're gaining. And so I choose today, and you'll have to bear with me because I've handwritten it, A. I need my glasses, B. I've got books to read from, C. And I chose deliberately not to put them all together in a digital presentation because this way I can modify it at the last minute and just talk to you instead of having it all pre-planned when I just have to press the remote on a presentation. So forgive me, and remember I have hands that shake and I might drop something, all in good time. Okay. So I've titled my thing Either Or, my talk, and it's about trying to find unity. Now when I say unity, the Africans call it Ubuntu. In Kannada, there's a very similar sounding word which says Ogatu, which is the oneness of solidarity, right? And either or is in opposition to that oneness, the thing that we can hold tight in the palm of our hand. So now I can start, right? So, looking at sense-making, we live in a time when our primary mode of sense-making is our need to create order. And this order is created out of observations, what we see as phenomena, what we see as matter, and what is then named, labeled, categorized, and conceptualized. Largely, this process allows us the comfort of creating distinctions, and I'm choosing some arbitrary distinctions to just illustrate my point. The first word I take to illustrate a distinction is the word probe. And I've noticed it across the conversations in the last 2 days that I've been here, and it's, I think, true mostly everywhere. Probes are tools created by us. We create them to explore, to investigate, to study, and to do more. They can be artistic probes, they can be imaginative probes, they can be speculative probes, they can be technological probes. But largely, they're points at which we begin an inquiry into what is the unknown. And then we have proofs. Proofs are the results, the outcome, that which we have demonstrated. We have had a hypothesis, we've had a premise, and we have proved it. And whether the starting point is that of an artist, an architect, a designer, a storyteller, a scientist, or a historian, all these factors remain the same. The historian may probe through a question, right? The architect may probe through looking at landscape or where sunlight comes from or wherever it is. And the proof is the outcome. We're all obsessed with this need that we have to have some demonstrated, orchestrated proof of the success of our probing. I question that. Now, the second interesting either-or to think about is this distinction in our minds between instinct and intelligence. Instinct is commonly understood as being a natural response to any external noise. You know, animals have instinct. They scuttle away and hide if you're coming around. Now you could say that's a learned response, right? That's an intelligent response. But if you know that something is uncomfortable, you know that something is not going right, it is not something that is coming from a learned space. And your instinct is an explanation of some factor that is environmental, social, cultural, whatever it is, but it is not coming from a learnt space, which is where intelligence is coming from. Instinct is largely unschooled. Intelligence is learnt. Animals have instincts and they have intelligence. So do we. It's just that we use them slightly differently. Now, it can be argued that plants have both too, right? But all of this, whether you're looking at instinct or you're looking at intelligence, is conditional, whether it's animal or human, to circumstances, environments, contexts, and cultures. It's not neutral. It needs something to be alive in. The third either-or I'm looking at is looking at adaptation and innovation. Adaptation comes from our understanding of evolutionary biology. It is where, when the ground gets messy, the first thing we all do is to survive. And to survive, we have to adapt, and it's biological, and it means that you modify yourself to the change in environmental conditions. We do it, we know it, continue to do it. So what then is innovation? Well, today in what we call a breakdown phase in civilization, innovation is supposed to be the human intelligence's way of creating a breakthrough. It is about creating through process something that may or may not come from a schooled outcome. And here I go back to that fundamental question that was coming about indigenous communities and frugality as well. That innovation that comes from practice, which comes from frugality, which comes from making do, which comes from jugaad, and which comes from instinct and understanding, is very different from the current way in which innovation used today is to use intelligence, artificial or real, in order to solve problems that perhaps cannot be tolerated in any way that we think is necessary for our survival. Well, if you say that this is everything, then I'm taking you back to Gregory Bateson, and I'm sure all of you here have read Bateson because he's an evolutionary biologist. And I'm going to read a little bit about how he thought about this either-or, and how it links to my own argument about unity. And he says in his book, Mind and Nature, and I quote because I don't want, to be saying that I'm usurping his words, right? He says that everything is between what he calls creatura, where nothing can be understood, which is the creatures, the natural thing, and the physical worlds, where forces, impacts provide a sufficient basis for explanation. So he's taking the living as creatura and the non-living as pleroma. But then he asks a very fundamental question, which I think we all need to ask ourselves. He says, can we find the pattern that connects items of learning that destroy all quality and therefore improve ourselves? And he says, schools. And I think that I would say that all the schools I've been connected with almost destroy it, because they destroy patterns which connect. So what are the kind of questions he asks? He says, what pattern connects the crab to the lobster, the orchid to the primrose, and all four of them to me, and me to you, and all six of us to the amoeba in one direction and to the backward schizophrenic in the other? Right? So I'll repeat that question again because it goes to the central core of what I'm trying to say, right? What is the pattern that connects the crab to the lobster and the orchid to the primrose and all four of them to me and me to you and all six of them to the amoeba in one direction and to the backward schizophrenic in the other. I think that one of the things that is central to the argument I'm putting before you is that in all the presentations that I have heard and seen, I haven't seen the me. I haven't seen the I. I haven't seen you. And in the world of tomorrow, our probes and proofs, instinct gives way to intelligence, and adaptation is something for survival. But if you become extinct, it's okay. But you innovate through intelligence to survive. And Bateson says this is fundamentally the flaw in everything we teach and tell people to learn. We forget that the connection has to come back to us, to the singular, to the me, to the I, and what connects me to you. Funnily enough, as I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about its relevance to us as we create soil assembly into its next avatar, and these discussions are tomorrow. One of the things Meena said is you have to lead us into some arguments for tomorrow. Well, when people are going to break down mountains, right? When probes are meant to keep a certain percentage of people going, when everybody feels that there has to be an outcome to measure what they have done, whether it's a book or a publication or an assembly like this one, then where do we identify what we have lost? And this wisdom of this comes from a book called Drik Drishya Viveka, which is about the mind, and it is about the human mind, and I'm going to read a little bit from it. Now, in this book, we're really trying to find the jewel in the crown of human consciousness, because without an understanding of consciousness, no amount of thinking about or wondering about or fighting about anything is going to work. We need to address the issue of our own minds. So in this set of essays, which is called Drik Drishya Viveka, he says the form is perceived and the I is its perceiver. It, the I, is perceived. So what we see is through one sense, and the mind, our minds, is the perceiver. The mind with its modifications is perceived, and the witness is the self. And this is the core of my argument. When Bates, when he says me, and Shankara here in this writes about the self, we ignore ourselves. We ignore that inner part of ourself who is the witness, who's always looking inside us at what our eye is seeing, the phenomena that we're observing, the things that we see happening, and that is in the outside world. So our own inner self is our witness. We are witnesses to ourselves. So in this, here is an explanation, a glossary if you like. By the form, he implies all of our senses in perception, which is something that as artists, we all know. The I stands for the organs of perception, which is your eyes, your nose, your ears, so on. And if the I is the perceiver, only in a relative sense, then the actual perceiver is your mind. Your actual perceiver is not the organ that perceives, but your mind that makes sense. And the mind, the sense organ, is attached to them, but cannot perceive the objects at times, like for example, when you're in deep sleep or when you cannot perceive anything. And the perceiver, the mind, is controlled by its witness, the self. So in this, I'm not reading anything more from it. I'm just using the quotation to build my argument. And the argument is that we try in this world to ignore that everything that we are seeing, everything that we are using probes, if we are extending our bodies now through these probes, the proofs that we get are through what we think that our mind is perceiving. But one thing we are omitting always is you are in the act of observing all of which I've said. But the self or the witness is the observer. And if we don't now today begin to focus on this part of ourselves, what does this mean to my inner self? Not to me as an older woman, or not to me in my job, or not to me as a, advocate of something, but what does it mean to my inner self? And this search for unity, and this search for the sense-making of that one thing of our own unified self is our own search that I'm advocating. Now, if you have to do it, how do you do it? And again, in another book that Shankara writes, and he says that there are 2 points that he says that we have to look at. We have to learn the thing of discerning, and discernment is what he calls viveka. And what is the discernment? And then what is it that you give up? What do you renunciate? We have to renunciate our conceptual habits. We have to give them up. We have to renunciate the intellectual tools with which we have taught ourselves to think. People call it colonial. Other people will give it an economic name. People will give it something else. But in truth, whether you start as an artist, an architect, a designer, a historian, an anthropologist, a lawyer, at every point we're using our mind, that which perceives, not which is the witness, with intellectual tools that come from various intellectual traditions and which have now become conceptual habits that then allow the outcomes to be the proofs of the probes that we create, which are not solving anything. So we break mountains, we buy land, we engage in meaningless transactions, and nothing that we can do will make a difference until we can change the way we perceive ourselves. So discernment or viveka, detachment or renunciation, the letting go of intellectual tools, be they probes or proofs, working without our conceptual habits, today be they algorithmic or heuristic, is an extremely important part of the steps that I think that we need to advocate for ourselves to go to the future. And I hope that as the artists who form the assembly of the Soil Assembly Group, wherever they come from, whether they're talking about ecological or environmental justice, or whether they're just putting food on the table, I don't think it matters unless we can grow our inner self, right? Grow our inner selves. From here, we become bigger and better versions of ourselves. I think that influence will I hope, be a domino effect that this assembly can take into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, Geeta, for those words. It has left us to think a lot. And I think for us, as people who have curated, brought together the Soil Assembly, your words from the first assembly stayed with us. And this is the second time that you've come back, and you have given us a lot of things to think about, how we're taking it together. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, we are going to meet again here at 4 to discuss how this assembly should move on. I would, thank you. Evan, you want to say something? Yes, we have to take a group picture. And thank you again. Once again, thank you for all of you who joined today.